Recording in progress.
Okay, could I have everybody come pay attention now? Hold the talking so everybody can hear. Okay, I'd like to welcome you to the Planning Commission meeting. This is the 26th of October. And so at any rate, we normally start the meeting off with the Pledge of Allegiance. So would you join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, so could we have a roll call, please?
Commissioner Johnson.
Here.
Commissioner DeMattei.
Here.
Commissioner Dahlgren.
Here.
Commissioner Herzog.
Here.
Commissioner Watts.
Here.
Commissioner Woodward.
Here.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I want to welcome everybody. Today's Planning Commission meeting is open to virtual and in-person participation and may be observed online through the Placer County website. If you would like to make a public comment, please fill out a speaker slip, which is located on the table near the entrance, and place it in the basket. And let me see, I'm going to ask, we do have one person that's going to represent a group. Is there more than one person that's representing a group here, or is everybody going to comment individually? So if you are representing a group, please let me know. Okay, so for the members, okay, so put your request in the basket so we can call you up. And for members of the public attending via Zoom, please raise your hand with the hand icon at the bottom of the page. If you are calling in, please press 9 to raise your hand. Please be prepared to speak at the time I open the public comment for a specific item you would like to address, which may include public comment for matters not on the agenda, and a consent item or a hearing item. Each commenter will be entitled to 3 minutes for comment time. Thank you for your patience as we work to ensure that each citizen who wishes to comment has the opportunity to do so. Please be advised that today's hearing is being recorded. Let me see. At this time, I'll ask for the director's report.
Good morning, Chairman Johnson, Commissioners, Chris Pahuli, Placer County Planning Director. Wanted to start today's update with a few scheduling items for the Board of Supervisors. Next week on October 31st, the board is scheduled to hear a few items previously considered by the Planning Commission, including the Tahoe Basin Area Plan Amendment Package, the Hidden Falls Park Use Permit Modification, and the contract award with PlaceWorks for the Placer County General Plan update. So all of those will be heard next week at the board. On November 14th, the board will consider the Auburn Airport Compatibility Plan rezone. The location has not yet been decided, but it may be actually in this hearing room, given the level of interest from the public. Finally, on November 28th, it will be another busy day at the board with the package of entitlements for the Friswold subdivision in the Riolo specific plan area, and a workshop to update the board on the progress of the rezone to meet the Housing Element Program 1 to add land to the residential land inventory. So that will be a workshop in front of the board where planning staff is seeking direction and providing an update. So again, November 28th. As it relates to upcoming Planning Commission meetings, we will have a meeting on November 9th. We will have the long-range planning work program for the Planning Commission's consideration. We have a Placer Commerce Center large lot map modification, and then we have a presentation on the mobility and infill accelerator study. And then finally, we'll have a variance request for a water feature in Granite Bay. So it should be a busy meeting on November 9th. That will be the only meeting in November. However, the next month is proving to be a little tricky as we have a number of items that are queuing up in December. We technically have 2 meetings in December, one scheduled for the 14th, the other for the 28th. We are targeting the 14th to be in Tahoe, weather permitting. Depending on the queued items, we will be looking at that 28th meeting and perhaps either trying to accelerate some of those items for an earlier meeting, maybe a special meeting in November or in December, or holding them off until January. So if you do have any schedule conflicts, please make sure to let either Andrea or myself know. Lastly, I do want to take a moment to mention that our Planning Commission clerk has taken another job within our division. So I want to say congratulations to Andrea. Fortunately for us, that means that she's going to be able to work with us on a transition plan since she's staying within the division as we transition her duties. So stay tuned as we work to find a replacement. But in the meantime, she will continue to be your contact. That concludes my update to the commission. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay, not seeing any questions. Thank you. Okay, at this point, I'll open it up to public comment on any items that are not on today's agenda. So is there any public comment in the audience on an item that's not on today's agenda? Seeing none, is there anybody online that has a comment? Okay, nobody online. And so with that, we'll move to the consent agenda. And so at any rate, I will open that up to the Planning Commission. Anybody want to pull an item from the consent agenda? Anybody in the public? Anybody online? Okay, so I'll bring it back to the commission. And what's your pleasure?
I'll make a motion to approve it.
I'll second.
Okay, roll call.
I have a first from Commissioner DiMattei and a second from Commissioner Dahlgren. Commissioner Johnson,
Yes?
Commissioner DiMattei,
Yes.
Commissioner Dahlgren,
Yes.
Commissioner Herzog, Commissioner Watts. Yes. Commissioner Woodward.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
is filming, is that approved in advance, or does it need to be, I don't know.
What's that?
Filming in the corner.
I don't think there's a problem with that.
Okay, I
If
didn't
somebody
know.
wants to film, that's fine. Yeah.
Yeah, no, this is a public meeting, so it's okay.
Yeah.
Unfamiliar, that's,
Okay. So, good question. Okay, so the first item on our agenda is dealing with the Tigard Aggregate Facility and a rescission of the conditional use permit that was actually approved for quite a few years ago. So, you see, I don't know who's, oh, Mr. Landon, you're going to make, oh, Mrs. Landon, you're going to make a presentation on this.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Commissioners. Kara Conklin with the Planning Services Division, and the item before you this morning is the Tykert Aggregate Facility Entitlement Rescission, Development Agreement Cancellation, and Rezone Request. Before we get into the presentation, I would like to let you know that we have Representatives Nick Cronenwet and Jesse Yang with Tykert, should you have any questions for the applicant team after the presentation. All right, so the project site is located east of Highway 65 and Sheridan Lincoln Boulevard. It is south of Riosa Road, west of McCourtney Road, and north of Wise Road in unincorporated Lincoln. The project site comprises 21 acres for a total, 21 parcels for a total of over 3,600 acres. There is a 23-acre rectangular parcel in the southwest corner that is owned by Dyno Nobel. They are an explosive storage facility, and they are not a part of this project. So the project site, these 21 parcels have 3 different zonings right now. These parcels on the west are zoned farm, combining a minimum building site of 20 acres, combining special purpose. The large blue parcels are zoned farm, combining a minimum building site of 20 acres, combining mineral reserve, combining special purpose. And the parcels down here in the green are zoned farm, combining a minimum building site of 20 acres, combining mineral reserve, combining special purpose, combining aircraft overflight, as these parcels are within the sphere of influence for the Lincoln Regional Airport, which is just to the south of the project site. These are just some photos of the project site. As you can see, it's pretty vast open land. There is some oak woodland and grassland. These pictures were taken sometime in July, early August, so that's why the grass is pretty dry out there. But the photo on the right shows a dirt pad where at one point there was a portable aggregate facility right here on the pad. So the original project was approved in February 2003, and that project was a phased aggregate mining and reclamation project that entailed mining and processing of an estimated 37 million tons of sand and gravel, 34 million tons of granite that would occur over a period of 35 to 40 years. As the project was supposed to go on, there would still be grazing and farming on the lands that weren't disturbed by the mining, and reclamation would also occur concurrently with the mining project. The entitlements that were included in the original project included a conditional use permit, variances to height and setback limitations, rezoning to add the mineral reserve and special purpose combining zone districts onto the project site, a reclamation plan that is required by both state law and county ordinance, and a development agreement for the Teichert aggregate facility. Here we go. All right. And a history of the project. So in November of 2002, the Planning Commission certified the final environmental impact report and approved the entitlements and reclamation plan, as well as recommended to the Board of Supervisors that they approve the rezone and the development agreement for the project. Shortly thereafter, Western Placer Citizens for an Agricultural and Rural Environment, known as WP CARE, they filed an appeal of the Planning Commission's approvals for that project. In December of 2002, the board denied the appeal and upheld the Planning Commission's approvals. And they approved the project in concept. However, they did have some recommendations for staff to amend some things, so they asked them to come back for a full approval. And that happened in February of 2003, where the board approved the Teichert aggregate facility in its entirety. From March 2003 to January 2007, the project was held up in litigation. So during that time, the entitlements for the project were tolled and set an expiration date at December 21st, 2008. In July of 2007, Teichert established the Coon Creek Conservancy as part of a requirement of the development agreement. And I will talk a little bit more about the Coon Creek Conservancy a little later on. And then from 2008 to around 2013, the project received a number of extensions. And in December of 2013, that is when Teichert installed the portable aggregate plant, which vested the conditional use permit. In May of this year, the county received an application and a formal request from Teichert to rescind the project approvals, cancel the development agreement, and rezone the property back to its base zone district. And in June of this year, the portable aggregate plant was disassembled and removed from the site, and reclamation has commenced per the soils and reclamation plan that was approved for the project. So Tykert is requesting to rescind their project approvals, cancel their development agreement, and rezone the parcels back to their base zone district by removing both the mineral reserve and special purpose combining zone districts. So these are the east parcels on the site, and Tykert is requesting to have it go from farm, combining minimum building site of 20 acres, combining mineral reserve, combining special purpose, to just farm, combining a minimum building site of 20 acres. And then the two parcels on the west from farm, combining a minimum building site of 20 acres, special purpose, to farm, combining a minimum building site of 20 acres. I'm sorry, did I say the west parcels on that? I meant the east. These are the west parcels. And the Dino Nobel site is there in the center that, again, is not part of this project. The airport overflight parcels would be rezoned to farm, combining a minimum building site of 20 acres, combining aircraft overflight. And then from farm, combining a minimum building site of 20 acres, combining mineral reserve, combining special purpose, to farm, combining a minimum building site of 20 acres. So the project has gone under their reclamation plan. Tykert only disturbed a small portion of the site to put the portable aggregate facility on site. It's 0.3 acres that was disturbed. No grading, paving, nor building permits were issued. No mining has ever commenced on the site. So only a small portion was disturbed, and that area was reseeded with the annual native grasses. County has received approval from the California Department of Conservation, Division of Mine Reclamation. So we have received an approval from them stating that reclamation is complete. So the applicant has fully complied with their reclamation plan. So as mentioned earlier, the project was vested through the exercise of its conditional use permit. However, the development agreement has specific requirements that are triggered either through the building permits or commencement of mining or and land conversion or completion of reclamation. So pursuant to Section 3.1 of the development agreement, Tykert had no affirmative obligation to commence mining on the property or to mine at a specific rate. And Section 3.3.2.1 of the DA required that Tykert establish the Coon Creek Conservancy within 180 days of the commencement of the term of the DA. So Tykert complied with that, and they did establish the Coon Creek Conservancy in July of 2007. They complied with their reclamation plan, and since no mining ever commenced and nothing further was built on the property, there are no further requirements to satisfy the development agreement. So just to talk a little bit about the mineral reserve combining district, the intent of the mineral reserve is that there may be lands that contain valuable mineral resources, and the county's goal is to protect the opportunity to extract and use those resources from other incompatible uses, and to maintain the economic viability of mining while minimizing adverse impacts to the environment. So this map here shows all of the different, it's very small, I'm sorry about that, but in the green you can see these are the areas in the county that are zoned for mineral reserve. Tykert's area is here, which is a pretty large area of mineral reserve land. However, this area is zoned what they call MRZ4, and that's considered an area of no known mineral occurrences, and it doesn't rule out the presence or absence of significant mineral resources. The county has determined that the removal of this mineral resource zone wouldn't have an adverse economic impact on the county, as no mining ever commenced, no production occurred. The county also has several other aggregate mining facilities in the county There's a few of them here. Robinson Sand and Gravel in Ophir, Patterson Sand and Gravel in Newcastle, Chevrolet Aggregates and Bear River Aggregates in Meadow Vista, among others. So we do have sites available for mineral resource zones, and we have other aggregate facilities in the county. And the special purpose zone it basically goes along with the mining reserve. It is to identify uses such as mineral extraction and relate to those lands when there is incompatible or compatibility issues with land use. So you tied the special purpose to it in order to require a discretionary review of the proposed use. Therefore, since we are requesting to remove the mineral reserve, we would also remove the special purpose zone. This item was presented at the Sheridan Mac as an informational item on September 13th, 2023. There was a full house at that meeting, and issues and concerns were raised as far as the future plans to sell the property for a large commercial or residential development. Staff did mention to those concerned residents that by rezoning the land back to its base zone district of farm, anybody who would want to come in and put in large commercial projects or subdivision projects would have to go through the rezoning and county approval processes. Concerns also were raised about the existing vernal pools and whether they would be retained or removed. And so there is, if we go back to the original map here, I'll show you that Coon Creek runs from the northeast of the property down to the southwest of the property. And since nothing was ever built on the site, nothing has been impacted as far as mining operations or production goes. So those vernal pools would remain on site as is undeveloped. Oops, sorry about that. And then there were also suggestions to put the land into a preserve. So staff had determined that this proposed rezone and cancellation of the entitlements is consistent with general plan policies and goals, including general land use and agricultural land use, to promote the development of agricultural uses and wise and efficient environmentally sensitive uses of Placer County, as this proposes to remain as farmland and no development is proposed on the property. And with that, staff recommends that your Planning Commission recommend to the Board of Supervisors that the board find the project consistent with the previously certified EIR and also statutorily and categorically exempt in accordance with Section 15270, projects which are disapproved, 15301, Class 1, and 15304, Class 4 of the California Environmental Quality Act guidelines, and Section 18.36.101G, 18.36030, and 18.36060 of the Placer County Environmental Review Ordinance. We also recommend that that the Planning Commission recommend to the board to adopt a resolution, which is attachment H in your staff report, rescinding the conditional use permit and variances for the Teichert aggregate facility based on the findings contained in the staff report. Recommend that the board adopt an ordinance, attachment I, exhibit 1, to cancel the Teichert aggregate facility development agreement supported by the findings contained in the staff report, and recommend that the board adopt an ordinance to rezone the Teichert aggregate facility site to farm combining a minimum building site of 20 acres and farm combining aircraft overflight combining a minimum building site of 20 acres as shown in your amended attachment J, exhibits 1 and 2. We did amend that ordinance to include removal of the 14 wells that are on site. And as we know, Teichert has an appointment next week to take care of that. So they are working on that, but we had to amend the language in that ordinance to state that. And so with that, I am available for any questions should you have any. Thank you for your time.
And with respect to that amended ordinance, you should each have a paper copy of the amended ordinance, and there is one on the desk too if the public is interested.
I have a question. We got the amended attachment J this morning. Is the only changes are the wells?
Yes.
Okay.
Any other questions? Yeah, I guess I do have a question. My memory serves that a portion of this site is classified as prime farmland. Some of the unique farmland in Placer County. That's still true, I guess that's recognized now.
Well, it would go back to what it was base zoned before as farm. At this point in time, no development is proposed, but you know, back when the original project was approved, they worked through the development agreement to preserve land, which was part of the Coon Creek Conservancy and some other easements that Tykert was going to provide to them. But all of that would be voided with the development agreement cancellation, and everything would go back. So,
Okay. So any future proposals would have to recognize the prime farmland?
correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And then also there was a conservancy that was set up in relationship to Raccoon Creek.
Yes.
And is that still, does that go away too, or is that still going to be part of it?
Nothing was ever done with the conservancy because there was no mining happened on the site. And that was when triggers for the development agreement were supposed to happen for the Coon Creek Conservancy. Tykert did establish it after 180 days per the development agreement, but there was no board, there was no budget or anything. So they do plan on getting rid of the conservancy, dissolving the conservancy, since we would be canceling the development
It
agreement.
just goes away.
Yeah.
And then also I remember that there was several plum trees were planted on the site. And are those going to just be allowed to dry up, or are they going to continue to be managed, watered, and that kind of stuff?
You know, I'm not certain of that. I
Maybe
would
the representatives
ask
could
the
answer that
applicant.
question.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, is that it?
Ready for the applicant.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so now we'll, if we have representatives of Tykert here that you would like to get up to the podium, and you're welcome to step forward now.
Hi there, my name's yeah, if questions anymore, I think Kara did a great job explaining kind of what the core issues are here. Been great to work with staff on this with the county.
Okay, yeah, I did ask, I remember I was on the Ag Commission when this first came forward. So I remember one of the Ag Commissioners was hired by Tykert to plant a plum tree. Is that going to continue, or is that just going to dry up and go away?
I think it's probably going to be up to whoever the new owner is. So, you know, the purpose of removing these entitlements is to sell the property to any future buyer. We don't know who that is at this point, but just having those entitlements on the property have been kind of an impediment. But in terms of those specific trees, it'd be up to the next ownership.
So what now?
It'd be up to the next ownership to determine what would happen with those trees if there is a new owner.
Okay, so otherwise, then, are you going to maintain them until that time?
Yeah, as long as we're the owners of the property, yeah.
And apparently the wells are going to be capped.
Yeah, we actually have an appointment next Wednesday to have them grout filled. We've been working with the county permitting process to make sure that's all going ahead.
I guess it's probably not a major point, but how are you going to water the trees if, how do the trees get watered if the wells are capped?
So they're actually monitoring wells. So they're monitoring the ground level in the facility, which was research that had previously been done for environmental studies when the project came online initially. So they're not pumping water out there, monitoring wells.
Okay. Okay, well, that answers my question. Anybody else have questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, at this time, I'll open it up for public comment. And so I see a public comment coming forward.
Morning, Chairman Johnson, Commissioners Wayne Nader, also a candidate for the 5th District Supervisor District. I'm in support of what staff's recommendation and what Teichert is requesting. It seems very logical to me because of the change of their direction with this property that it go back to what it was before. The one reason I'm up here to talk about it is that my family has a long connection with this. If you go back to the map, I think Kara's trying to get it there. In 2000, Teichert purchased the Nader Ranch, which goes back to the 1860s, just to the west of this project site. They bought it as a buffer. And so I grew up along Coon Creek, now known as Raccoon Creek, hunting and fishing and enjoying the wonderful environment along there. And as you look at the map, as she mentioned, Coon Creek, which is a very sensitive riparian area, goes through the majority of this property. In fact, it almost splits it all the way down. There it is. So you can see it coming down, and just again to the west of that is our old ranch. And I guess what the point I want to make is that as has been mentioned a couple of times, this property is for sale. So something may be coming in front of you related to this property in the future. And so it's over 4,000 acres combined, including our old ranch. And I would hope that the property along Coon Creek, which much of it is very sensitive to flooding as well, I'm hoping it can go into some kind of preservation program, either through Land Trust, the Placer County Land Trust, or some other mechanism to protect this very sensitive area. So I'm supporting what staff is recommending, but in the future, I'm just hoping that we can somehow find a way to preserve this property for future generations, because it is a very sensitive area for woodland, for salmon migration as well, comes up through Coon Creek. So just wanted to pass that along to you folks. Thank you for the opportunity.
Okay, thank you. Any other public comment on this subject in the audience? Okay, seeing none, how about online? Okay, no more public comments, so at any rate, I will bring it back to the commission. Any discussion or motion or whatever? Okay. Well, are we going to be quiet? Or
I'm ready to make a recommendation.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. I'm ready to make a motion. I'd like to make a motion. We recommend to the Board of Supervisors that the board find the project consistent with the previously certified EIR and also statutorily and categorically exempt in accordance with Section 15270, projects which are disapproved, 15301, Class 1 existing facilities, and 15304, Class 4 minor alterations to the land of the California Environmental Quality Act guidelines and sections 18.36.101G, et cetera, of the Placer County Environmental Review Ordinance.
Second.
okay, we have a motion and a second. Roll call?
I have a first from Commissioner Woodward and a second from Commissioner DiMattei. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Commissioner DiMattei?
Yes.
Commissioner Dahlgren?
Yes.
Commissioner Herzog?
Yes.
Commissioner Watts?
Yes.
Commissioner Woodward?
Yes.
Thank you.
Further recommend the board adopt a resolution attachment H rescinding the conditional use permit and variances of the Teichert aggregate facility based on the findings contained in the staff report.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second. Roll call?
I have a first from Commissioner Woodward and a second from Commissioner DiMattei. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Commissioner DiMattei?
Yes.
Commissioner Dahlgren?
Yes.
Commissioner Herzog?
Yes.
Commissioner Watts?
Yes.
Commissioner Woodward?
Yes.
Thank you.
Further recommend the board adopt an ordinance, attachment 1, exhibit 1, to cancel the Tykert Aggregate Facility Development Agreement supported by the findings contained in the staff report.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second. Roll call?
I have a first from Commissioner Woodward, second from Commissioner DiMattei. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Commissioner DiMattei?
Yes.
Commissioner Dahlgren?
Yes.
Commissioner Herzog?
Yes.
Commissioner Watts?
Yes.
Commissioner Woodward?
Yes.
Thank you.
Further recommend the board adopt an ordinance to rezone the Tykert Aggregate Facility site to farm, combining minimum building site of 20 acres, FBX 20 acre min, and farm, combining aircraft overflight, combining minimum building site of 20 acres, FBX AO 20 acre minimum, as shown in amended attachment J, exhibits 1 and 2.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second. Roll call?
I have a first from Commissioner Woodward, second from Commissioner DiMattei. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Commissioner DiMattei?
Yes.
Commissioner Dahlgren?
Yes.
Commissioner Herzog?
Yes.
Commissioner Watts?
Yes.
Commissioner Woodward?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you. And let me see, this particular decision goes to the Board of Supervisors, so that's the next stop. Okay,
Appeal rights.
just answered it.
Oh, right to appeal. Okay.
Okay, so now it's time for us to move on to our next agenda item, which I imagine most of the folks in the room are really here for, and this has to deal with the Morgan Crossing appeal.
Chair Johnson, I need to recuse myself from the discussion and the voting because I live in this community. I'm also required to leave the room, so I'll do so now.
Okay. Okay. Chris, Planning Director, you can start off for us.
I will. Good morning again, Commissioners. So in a few moments, you will receive a staff presentation from Alex Fish, supervising planner and lead staff on the Morgan Crossing project. As the item before you is an odd one, I wanted to provide you and the public here with us today and on the Zoom with a couple of observations before he begins his presentation. The first observation is that this appeal hearing is rare. Of course, the Planning Commission frequently hears and considers appeals where an applicant or a third party challenges the outcome of a decision of the zoning administrator, of the parcel review committee, or the planning director on a specific project. However, this appeal is based on a challenge of staff's determination of a complete application to begin the processing of a project. As you'll hear later from Mr. Fish, staff has not even begun processing this application or comprehensively reviewed it for consistency with all objective county policies and standards, although I should note that the density calculation has been reviewed on that basis. My second observation is that the county has a number of customer-friendly processes in place to avoid this type of disagreement. The county requires a pre-development meeting led by our environmental coordination services staff for all major projects that includes staff from planning, multiple community development resource agency divisions, and other county departments. The purpose of that meeting, or of the meeting, is to provide detailed comment and direction to applicants on application requirements, technical studies needed, and importantly, entitlements needed to complete the county's universal application and provide a detailed project description, which is required for a complete application. This pre-development meeting, as well as staff making themselves available both before and after those meetings, typically results in consensus on the application materials required for a complete application and the entitlements needed to carry out a desired project, which is again why the appeal you are hearing today is a rare occurrence. Lastly, I'd like to reinforce what I said earlier, that as this application has not been deemed complete, it has not undergone a thorough processing and therefore the item before you today is narrowly presented as an appeal on staff's determination of a complete application. We have received a number of emails, as well as I'm sure the commissioners have as well, and comments prior to the meeting that speak to the concern or opposition of the Morgan Crossing project. You're also likely to hear public testimony today along those same lines. I'd like to note that the discussion and consideration of the merits of the Morgan Crossing project will occur at a much later date. Once the application has been deemed complete, the project's environmental analysis has been prepared, and staff has completed a thorough evaluation of the project's adherence to county policy and standards. It will be at that hearing that it will be appropriate to discuss and make a decision on the merits of the Morgan Crossing project. So unless there are any questions of me at this time, I'd like to invite Mr. Fish to the lectern to provide the staff presentation.
Okay, no questions? Alex Fish, step forward.
Good morning, Chairman Johnson, members of the commission. I'm Alex Fish with the Planning Services Division. As Mr. Poli stated, and forgive me for anything that he said that I repeat, but the item before the commission this morning is unique. It is unique because it is an appeal of the procedures county staff has undertaken in the processing of this development application. So what does that mean for the process? It means that today's action does not include an evaluation of the entitlement proposal, as he said. It means instead that the decision of the Planning Commission, or the decision the Planning Commission is asked to make, is whether the county staff have correctly administered state law and county code. I believe that we have, as does the planning director and our legal counsel. I also believe that at the end of my presentation and the presentation from the appellant, the Planning Commission will determine that the facts bear out the county staff's position. Due to the unique aspects of this appeal, instead of moving directly into an overview of the project and the issues county staff have identified, I'm going to first begin with an overview of the appellant's position, including an overview of the state laws that the appellant asserts county staff have not followed and that preempt the position that the county staff have taken. The appellant asserts that the county staff have acted improperly by applying subjective review standards, or said another way, discretion, to an entitlement review process where state law prohibits the application of subjective or discretionary decision-making. The appellant asserts the county staff have incorrectly administered the procedural requirements of state law, that the directives provided to the proponents with regard to determinations of application completeness and the county staff's determination of entitlement requirements for the project are not permissible at the current step in the process, and that the project must instead be deemed complete, and that decisions on entitlement requirements are only appropriate after the county deems the application complete. However, the county staff disagrees. Staff disagrees that the laws cited, the 1982 Housing Accountability Act and Senate Bill 330, also known as the Housing Crisis Act of 2019, apply to this project. And because these laws do not apply to the project, county staff also disagrees with the appellant's contention that the review of this project is subject to provisions of the Permit Streamlining Act. These issues are foundational to the decision the Commission will make. Also foundational to the Commission's decision is that these issues have consistently been raised to the appellants during pre-development meetings, during the review of their project applications, and that these issues have been placed before the appellant and in writing at each step of the process, as detailed under the application history section on page 7 of the Planning Commission staff report. If the AV staff would give me control of the PowerPoint, please. Thank you. So moving forward with specifics, the Planning Commission is considering an appeal of the decision of the Environmental Review Committee, or ERC, and the ERC's determination of application completeness. The ERC is synonymous with Development Review Committee, or DRC, and both committees are comprised of assigned county project review staff of the Community Development Resources Agency and the other county departments that evaluate land development proposals for compliance with CEQA, the California Environmental Quality Act, County Code, and state and federal law. These committees are accountable for their administration of these laws, and one of the ways in which they are accountable is that the decisions of the committee, including decisions of procedure, may be appealed to the Planning Commission. So as I move forward with my presentation, I want to clarify that when I refer, that I will refer to the ERC as county staff, as ultimately that is the makeup of the ERC and DRC committees. So the appellant claims the Morgan Crossing project is a housing development project as defined by the 1982 Housing Accountability Act and amendments thereto, including Senate Bill 330 and later Senate Bill 8. The appellant claims that the ERC, in reaching its determination that the application is incomplete, has done so through analysis of consistency with development standards, which they contend is not permissible for determining a complete application under the Housing Accountability Act. However, the ERC staff have determined that the project does not comply with the provisions of SB 330 because a portion of the project is subject to legislative actions, which is impermissible for a housing development project that is proposed to be carried out in accordance with Senate Bill 330. Forgive me. And you may be asking right now, what are legislative actions? I will cover that later on in the staff report. Continuing on, the ERC staff have also determined that the Permit Streamlining Act does not apply to this project because a portion of the project is subject to approval of legislative actions and accordingly is not a development project as that term is defined in the Government Code section 65928. So the Housing Accountability Act was originally approved in 1982, and in 2019 it was amended with the passage of Senate Bill 330 and later Senate Bill 8 to expand and strengthen its provisions. And the legislature, in amending the HAA, made findings that the lack of housing and lack of affordable housing is a critical problem that threatens the economic, environmental, and social quality of life in California. Senate Bill 330 went into effect on January 1st, 2020, and remains in effect until January 1st, 2030. The law establishes limitations to a local government's ability to deny, reduce the density of, or make infeasible housing development projects that are consistent with zoning and the objective development standards of the local land use authority. The purpose of these laws, as stated by the legislature, is to address the current California housing crisis by reducing barriers to increase residential unit development, protect existing housing inventory, and expedite permit process. And by doing those things, they have enacted requirements for SB 330 pre-application vesting procedures, and the applicant has followed those procedures, as has the county, out of an abundance of caution to make sure that we are proceeding correctly and preserving our ability to administer the project. So, a housing in terms of the vesting, a housing development project shall be deemed to have submitted a preliminary application upon providing a completed residential project pre-application checklist form to the local land use authority and all supplemental pre-application materials. That is an application that is up on the county's website. A project that meets any of the criteria of California Government Code section 65589.5 is subject to the provisions of SB 330, where those provisions refer to a housing development project that meets the following requirements, and that is that the project is either residential only and creates 2 or more new residential units. The project consists of a mixed-use development of residential and non-residential uses with at least 2/3 of the square footage of the project designated for residential use, or the project is transitional or supportive housing. Lastly, on background with the Housing Accountability Act and Senate Bill 330, the intent of these laws is to improve certainty in the development process and to prevent certain zoning actions by local government agencies that would reduce or have the effect of reducing the availability of housing by doing the following. That's creating new vesting process for zoning and land use ordinance ordinances, policies, and standards in place at the time that the pre-application is submitted to the local land use authority, requires the historic status or designation of any site for housing development project be determined at the time an application is deemed complete, prohibits imposition of non-objective development review standards, clarifies the Permit Streamlining Act requirements for determining application completeness, shortens required permit review timelines, limits the number of public hearings for projects that meet objective zoning standards, and importantly, would prohibit legislative actions by a local agency that reduce zoned capacity for housing. It also clarifies the circumstances under which housing development projects may have their density reduced under the HAA. And lastly, prohibits approval of a housing development project that would result in a net loss of housing units. Okay, so project site is located within the Dry Creek West Placer Community Plan area of unincorporated Placer County, approximately 2 miles west of the city of Roseville city limits. It's bordered by PFE Road to the south, Willarga Road to the west, Vineyard Road to the north, and is surrounded by rural and low-density residential land uses. More specifically, the project is located within the existing Morgan Creek subdivision, shown here in the red polygon. And the blue polygons are depicting the locations where the Morgan Crossing project would develop new housing within the existing Morgan Creek subdivision development. Community plan land use designations for Morgan Creek and the Morgan Crossing project include greenbelt and open space through the middle, rural low-density residential to the north, and low-density residential in the south portion of the project. Corollary zoning designations here include 2 open space zonings with a planned development with a 1 unit per acre intensity factor, also open space with the planned development density factor of 2 units per acre. In the north portion of the project, the site is zoned residential single-family combining agriculture with a minimum building site of 40,000 square feet, which is approximately 1 acre, and a planned residential development of 1 unit per acre. The south portion of the project is zoned residential single-family combining agriculture with a minimum building site of 20,000 square feet, roughly 4/10 of an acre, and a planned residential development of 2 units per acre. This exhibit here is from the 1990 Dry Creek West Placer Community Plan. This is a zoning map from that 1990 community plan that is still in effect today. It's a little bit hard to see here, but outlined in red is the Morgan Creek subdivision that the Morgan Crossing project is located within. And again, a little bit hard to see, but the point I want to make here is that the zoning is unchanged. It's the same today as what it was in 1990. And then to further clarify, the open space zoning for the project and most other locations where it occurs within the Dry Creek community corresponds to areas that are within the 100-year floodplain, which is not available for development of housing or other land uses that would have structural improvements for human occupancy, though the open space zoned areas do include unit allocations, which I will address further in a subsequent slide. As I previously stated, the project is located within the Morgan Creek subdivision that was originally approved in 1995 as a 579-unit planned residential development. It was modified by the Board of Supervisors in 1999 before it was carried out as a consequence of the 1997 New Year's floods, which ultimately resulted in the floodplain area being larger than it was previously understood, so there were some slight adjustments to the location of housing. And so this Morgan Creek community is developed with an 18-hole golf course that it's built around, a driving range that includes also, the golf course includes a pro shop and a golf clubhouse. Those facilities are located over in this area. There's also a banquet and event center and a fast casual restaurant and bar that are also operated as accessory uses of the golf course. In 2016, the Planning Commission approved an amendment to the Morgan Creek final map and conditional use permit to allow for the development of 7 additional units that are located right here, bringing the total lot count for the project area to 586 units. Okay. The development of the subdivision is comprised of a number of communities, including the Lake community, shown here in the blue polygon, which is a rural residential neighborhood of 130 dwelling units on 81 acres surrounding a 6.8 acre lake. The Gulf residences located in this portion of the project, which is a 64 unit condominium dwelling unit, condominium area on 19 acres, including a putting course. There's also the North Golf Course community, which is the remainder of the area north of Dry Creek, which is a rural low-density residential neighborhood of 195 dwelling units on 128 acres. And the South Golf Course community, located down here, consisting of a low-density residential neighborhood of 190 dwelling units on 73 acres with 9 holes of the golf course. So as I said, the Morgan Crossing subdivision would be located obviously within the Morgan Creek community, and the project area where residential units would be developed is shown here in the blue. And it consists of the addition of 19 units to the North Golf Course community, and also the addition of 48 units to the South Golf Course community. Because the project would convert portions of the 18-hole golf course, entitlement requests include modification to the conditional use permit that originally established that golf course to modify the course from 18 holes to a proposed 9 holes. With all that said, I want to reiterate that today's hearing does not include an analysis of entitlements, nor any actions on any entitlements. Instead, the hearing is narrowly focused on the appeal of county staff's administration of the project, and more specifically, staff's determination that the application is not complete because the project proponent has not included requests for approval of a community plan amendment or rezoning for a portion of the project. These two entitlements, the community plan amendment and rezoning, they are the legislative entitlements that I mentioned at the beginning of the presentation. The reason they are legislative is because they can only be acted upon by the Board of Supervisors, the legislative body for Placer County. And we'll cover this issue a little bit more in the next 2 slides. Shown on the left here is a GIS-generated exhibit for the entire Morgan Creek subdivision with, you can't really see it here because the print's too small, but with acreages for each of the colored polygons that correspond to land use designation and zoning, and very importantly, the PD factor, or said another way, the unit factor that is used in the arithmetic formula to determine permissible unit density and required open space to achieve compliance with the planned residential development ordinance. The entire portion of the project area located south of Dry Creek, so that's this area here, including the open space zoning that is south of that dividing line. There's residential zoning combining, let me start over on that. The entire portion of the project area located south of Dry Creek, with the exception of this portion that includes the open space zoning, is zoned residential single family combining minimum building site of 20,000 square feet with a planned residential development designation of 2 units per acre. And this is the same unit designation that is included in the Dry Creek West Placer Community Plan zoning map that I showed just a few slides back, where units are expressed as land use intensity factor. In this exhibit, on the portion on the right, the PD density calculations, the applicant or the appellant has correctly calculated the net buildable area for the south portion of the project in accordance with the PD ordinance, and correctly calculated the maximum unit count permitted by the PD designation of 2 dwelling units per acre at 317 units shown here. However, the appellant's calculation of permissible density then goes on to calculate additional density that is not permissible under the PD ordinance by failing to account for hard limits to the density calculation included under Placer County Code Section 1754-100, which states the maximum number of dwelling units per acre permitted within a PD is determined by the maximum residential intensity number shown on the zoning map that applies to the site multiplied by the net buildable area of the site. So in this case, 158.52 acres. So accordingly, the maximum density for the Morgan Crossing South portion of the project is limited to a maximum of 317 units, expressed as net buildable area of 158.5 acres multiplied by a PD factor of 2 units per acre. I'll mention here that the code also states under no circumstances can the density or units exceed the number permitted by the PD designation. Yet the calculation goes on to speculatively claim that 414 units could be permitted, or alternatively 348 units. I'm not really sure what to make of that. Regardless that portions of the appellant's density calculation for the Morgan Crossing South portion of the project are incorrect, this portion of the project area includes more than adequate unyielded density to accommodate the 48 lots proposed for this portion of the project area, because it is currently developed with 190 total residential lots, and the PD ordinance theoretically could permit up to 317 units for this area or lots. However, the same conclusion cannot be made for the Morgan Crossing North portion of the project, which is located north of Dry Creek, where available unit density was allocated when the board originally approved the Morgan Creek subdivision project in 1999, and then the Planning Commission subsequently took action to modify the final map in 2016 to grant an additional 7 units, and I'll explain that here. So the entire portion of the Morgan Crossing North area is zoned single-family residential, combining a minimum building site of 40,000 square feet, planned residential development of 1 unit per acre. And again, the same unit designation is included within the Dry Creek West Placer Community Plan, where the units are expressed as land use intensity factor. As with the prior example, the appellant has correctly calculated the net buildable area for this portion of the project at 320 acres. And they have correctly calculated the maximum unit count permitted by the PD designation of 1 dwelling unit per acre yields 320 units. However, as with the prior example, the appellant's calculation of permissible density then goes on to commit the same error through calculation of maximum permitted density of 460 units, ignoring the rules of the PD ordinance that state, under no circumstances can the density or units exceed the number permitted by the PD designation. Unlike the prior example for the Morgan Crossing South portion of the project, all available units for the Morgan Crossing North project area were granted when the board approved the project in 1999, and the Planning Commission granted an additional 7 units in 2016, and the Morgan Creek project has since been carried out and all homes constructed. While the number of units granted and constructed in the north portion of the project area is 396 units, and that is more than the 320 units permitted under the base zoning designation, Placer County Code Section 1754-100 also states, projects in the Dry Creek West Placer Community Plan area where the transfer of development rights out of the floodplain area, as I previously mentioned, is specifically authorized in the community plan are not required to deduct any portion of the 100-year floodplain to determine the net buildable area. And the meaning of that is that those unit allocations that are assigned to that open space area can be transferred to upland areas where the development could occur, and that is part of the ordinance, and it's also in the community plan. So as I said earlier, all the open space zoning in the Dry Creek Community Plan includes that land use intensity factor. It directly reflects the zoning and the PD density factor to accomplish this specific goal. More specifically, under the Dry Creek West Placer Community Plan description of the rural low-density residential land use designation, and that's all this area north of Dry Creek, states a large portion of the land in the RLDR district borders on Dry Creek, and these areas are to be preserved. As a tool to ensure that these goals are met, several undeveloped areas within the RLDR district include a land use intensity factor as a combining zone. This combining zone permits the property to be developed as a planned unit development, and in this case can result in density being transferred from otherwise undeveloped property, floodplain, riparian areas, woodlands, etc., to adjoining land found to be suitable for development. And that's on page 37 of the Dry Creek Community Plan land use element. Nearly identical policy language is also found in the land use element description of low-density residential that applies to the southern portion of the project, and it describes the same allowance. So the original Morgan Creek project area includes 24.13 acres of open space that has a land use intensity factor of 1 unit per acre. It also includes 26.78 acres of open space with a land use intensity factor of 2 units per acre. That yields 77 units of density that could be transferred from open space parcels to other portions of the project. With approval of the original Morgan Creek project, 69 of the available 77 transfer units were allocated from these open space parcels to the north portion of the Morgan Creek project, resulting in establishment of 389 units following the board's approval of the project, leaving 8 unallocated units following the original project approval. Subsequent to these actions in 2016, the Plan Commission approved modifications to the final map to create 7 additional residential lots within, again, the north portion of the project, bringing the total count to 396 units, 1 less than the 397 allowed under the PD ordinance, and a total of 586 for the entire subdivision. So again, I just want to emphasize, all but 1 unit has been approved for the north portion of the project area. The appellant's own PD density calculations demonstrate this conclusion. And that's ultimately what's at the heart of this appeal. Throughout the processing of the first Morgan Creek project and application and the second application, planning staff has asked the applicant team in writing to prepare PD density calculations to demonstrate whether surplus density existed to allocate to the Morgan Crossing North project area. That information was never received for the original project, and then it was withdrawn in July of 2022. And then we had this is a subsequent application. I will say we were not blindly asking for this information, as staff had conducted its own analysis using the metrics, known metrics, of the Morgan Creek project and the county's GIS system. And the staff had already calculated that it appeared all available unit density that could be allocated to the northerly portion of the project had been allocated. And so again, the applicant's density calculation, the appellant, bore this out. So where does that lead us? It leads us to the following conclusions. Placer County Code Section 1754-100, Design and Development Standards, the PD ordinance, is an objective standard. The code includes an arithmetic formula for determining permissible density with hard limits to density yield, set by 2 corollary and internally consistent zoning and community plan land use criteria. Zoning density in the form of the PD combining zoning density factor, and the community plan land use designation with corollary land use intensity factor. The arithmetic formula is replicable, and it yields the same calculated result each time it is correctly applied. It includes plain written standards or rules to state that calculated density cannot exceed the number permitted by the PD designation, and that can be independently verified as demonstrated by the appellants who prepared the PD density calculation for the project that confirms staff's position. The unit allocations for the northerly portion of the project were already yielded and carried out. It also leads us to conclude that the overall calculation of maximum permissible density for the project area that they have supplied is ultimately erroneous, because the appellant asserts that project density can be allocated to any location within the Morgan Creek subdivision, a boundary that has RS-based zoning regardless of combining zoning designations. Remember those minimum building site areas and the PD density factors that I discussed earlier. Placer County Code Section 1754-100 explicitly allows for the transfer of densities from parcels zoned open space to upland locations on the same project site that are residentially zoned. That's already happened. This allowance is also described in the Dry Creek Community Plan using terminology that corresponds directly to the terminology of the zoning code. And the PD ordinance does not include provisions to allow RS zoned parcels with excess density to transfer unyielded density to other RS zoned parcels where all units have already been yielded and carried out. So in staff's judgment, what the appellants are seeking is approval of a discretionary decision to award density allocation from one RS zoning designation to another RS zoning designation. And this is important because it is impermissible under the Housing Accountability Act and the Senate Bill 330 requirements of the Housing Accountability Act, which require application of, because this would require application of subjective development standards. That is not permissible under the Housing Accountability Act or SB 330. That's why this project requires approval of legislative entitlements, which is the issue that is ultimately being appealed before the Planning Commission. So with that, staff recommends the Planning Commission uphold staff's analysis and determination that the project is not a housing development project in compliance with the provisions of the HAA and SB 330, that the application is incomplete because it does not include required entitlement selections for a community plan amendment and rezone, and deny the appeal of the Environmental Review Committee determination in accordance with the findings in staff's report. Those include findings for CEQA, that the appeal action is exempt from environmental review under provisions of Section 15270 of the California Environmental Quality Act guidelines. And in terms of the appeal action itself, the findings are that the Morgan Crossing project is not a housing development project in accordance with the Senate Bill 330 definition because it does not comply with the objective requirements of the county's planned development ordinance. That's the code section here that's cited. The Morgan Crossing project does not comply with the provisions of SB 330 because a portion of the project is subject to legislative actions, and this is impermissible for a housing development project that is carried out in accordance with SB 330. Lastly, the Morgan Crossing project does not comply with the provisions of the Permit Streamlining Act, Government Code Section 65928 specifically, because the project is subject to approval of legislative actions, and accordingly is not a development project as that term is defined in that code. I am available to answer any questions. I do want to mention that the appellants are here today. I know I saw Travis Brooks with Miller Star Regalia. He does have a presentation that follows mine. I can either wait to answer questions later.
Any questions at this time?
Whichever is your pleasure.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah, we have a question for you.
Alex, very well done. Can you hear me?
No.
I feel like my mic isn't on. Green light's on, but I don't hear anything now. So
You want to take
maybe I'll move over here.
Yeah.
Is this better?
Yes.
Okay. Alex, very well done. Question for, this is unusual. You said that. Can you help us understand if we approve the denial or we don't approve the denial, what is next? Help us understand those options.
Sure.
And Alex, I can take
Yeah,
that too. if
that
it's
would be
easier.
fine. Thank you.
So staff did note that this is a bit of an unusual process, but I would also like to indicate it's not completely foreign to your commission. There was in October of 2021 a Fowler subdivision project that came before your commission that was similar in that it was an incomplete application determination from staff. And that was seeking your decision whether or not, in fact, the application was incomplete or not. So this is a process that has been in front of your commission before. Your task today is deciding whether or not to grant this appeal. So what's that look like? If you grant the appeal, then you would be determining that the application should not be incomplete for the grounds stated by staff. Staff would then evaluate the application and ultimately determine the application complete if all of the requirements are met. If you deny the appeal, the application remains incomplete, and the applicant would then have the option of appealing that decision to the board or preparing a completed application. A completed application could include a request for a community plan amendment and rezone, or it may be a change in the project description to shift units away from the north side of Dry Creek where that density issue is raised. Does that help?
Questions?
Thanks, Alex. Great job. Being it's an incomplete application, does it still fall under the stipulations of SB 330 that this would be considered one of the 5 hearings? If this project is allowed, or if it does go to final, if the application is completed or not completed, does this still count as one of those meetings?
Sure. Yeah, no, that's a great question. So staff's position is that this application is not subject to SB 330 because it includes legislative actions. So under staff's position, this would not count towards them, but in the event of a final determination that in fact this project is subject to 330, whether that were to occur at the board or perhaps a court, then it could count towards those number of hearings. And there's a limit of 5 hearings under SB 330. So as a precautionary measure, and I think it's noted in the staff report, staff is at least anticipating that there is a possibility that this could count towards one of those 5 hearings.
Okay. Thank you. That was it.
Okay, so, yeah, thank you, Alex. We'll invite the applicant, I mean, not the applicant, the appellant forward now, and
All right. Good morning, everybody. My name is Travis Brooks. I'm Land Use Counsel for the applicant. First of all, I'd like to thank everyone on the commission for their time this morning and everyone on staff for the time that they've spent preparing the materials for this hearing. At the outset, as has been mentioned, it's really important to clarify the very limited scope of the issues in this appeal. All we're asking the commission to do is what state law requires staff to do at this point, and that is to deem our project application complete at this time. We're not asking the commission to approve the project at this time. We're not asking the commission to consider the project on its merits for its consistency with the applicable development standards at this time. Under state law, that is a premature determination. As has been said accurately, in order for the commission to consider the project on the merits and consider approval of the project, we still need to work with the county to begin preparing whatever necessary environmental review document is required under CEQA. So once the project application is deemed complete, then the county will move through the process of considering the project on the merits for consistency with the applicable standards and guidelines, including environmental review. Okay, so it's also important to understand, as everybody knows, the commission and the county's consideration of this application and the procedures are subject to 3 really important state laws that govern the process and the county's review of the project. The first is the Permit Streamlining Act. I understand staff has a different position, but in summary, the Permit Streamlining Act does two really important things in this scenario. One, it requires all local agencies like the county to prepare and make available checklists for every development application that an applicant would need to develop projects in that locality here in the county. And it needs to make that checklist available to everyone in the county, and that checklist needs to be the same for every applicant for each application. The second key provision of the Permit Streamlining Act is it sets out important timelines and deadlines that the county and the applicant need to meet and that keep streamlining the development application process. The next relevant and important law that has already been mentioned is Senate Bill 330. In its core component, relevant here, it provides for a new state mechanism that allows for the filing of a limited preliminary application that has limited materials required, and with the filing of that SB 330 application, the applicant vests their rights to follow through with the project through the application process pursuant to the zoning rules and general plan rules that exist as of the time of the filing of that preliminary application. And the third very important law, which does a lot, but in its relevant parts here, is the Housing Accountability Act. In its relevant part, the Housing Accountability Act, first of all, it, in the right circumstances and for the right projects, can significantly limit the discretion of the county or any local agency to deny a qualifying housing development project. In the second key part of the Act, it sets out certain very important interpretive rules that local agencies need to comply with when considering a housing development application. Key to those interpretive rules is really the general guideline that's set out in the Housing Accountability Act that the county and the state interpret and implement the Housing Accountability Act and the review of projects submitted under the Housing Accountability Act in the manner that affords the most favorable treatment towards the addition of new housing throughout the state. And I just want to address a couple of the statements that were made in the presentation in the staff report by the county. First of all, it's been argued that this project is not subject to the Permit Streamlining Act. I can tell you this project most certainly is subject to the Permit Streamlining Act. In the staff report, county staff cited 3 cases which do express accurately the fact that if we were to come in the door looking for a rezoning or a general plan amendment because that was required, sure, the Permit Streamlining Act wouldn't apply. But that's not the case here. Here, as we've interpreted and as we're allowed to interpret and submit an application under that interpretation, we do not require a general plan amendment or a rezone for our project. And that is also consistent with the prior positions of staff and also the county in prior approvals of this, of residential development within this subdivision. So now we'll move on and just focus on the actual application submittal process, application completeness process. And what's important to understand here is that the application completeness process is really an information gathering process. The purpose of the application completeness process is to allow the applicant to submit all the materials on the county's checklists that are prepared and published on their website. And with the submittal of that application, so first, let me start from the basics here. So the Permit Streamlining Act requires the county to prepare lists for each development application that an applicant needs to submit in order to complete a project. It also requires that application to be available online, and that application has to be the same for every applicant who applies for that certain type of housing development project application. And the county does that. It has a list of the relevant housing development project application forms here. Here, because we assessed, as we're allowed to do as applicants, that we require a conditional use permit modification and a vesting tentative map application, we went to the website, which provides those relevant forms as it's required to do under state law, and we filled out those forms and submitted all the information required on those checklists to complete those Now, I'll just do a brief overview of the overall application process because I think it's helpful to understand the purpose of this application completeness process. So the first step, as I referenced before, the applicant submits an SP 330 preliminary application, which is authorized under state law. Within 180 days, SP 330 then requires the applicant to prepare and submit a traditional development application with all of the information on those checklists that the county is required to make publicly available to all applicants and that need to be the same for each applicant for each type of application. Within 30 days of receiving a formal development application, the county is then required to review the materials submitted, and if they believe there's anything that was submitted or that wasn't submitted on the checklist the county prepared, it is required to notify the applicant in writing of any shortcomings, anything that's lacking from that checklist in writing. And as you'll see, the Permit Streamlining Act makes clear the list of items required are those actually required on their submittal requirements checklist for each application. And here we're requesting a vesting tentative map and a conditional use permit modification application. So we are entitled to submit those applications. We're entitled to use the forms that are available online, and we did that. There can be multiple back and forth exchanges where the county can review additional submittals and say, you're still missing this one item on the checklist. They'll notify us of that. We're required to submit in response. But ultimately, it's a funnel. So, their first list of incomplete items has to be exhaustive. Their second incomplete letter can only be limited to the things that were included in the first letter, and they can never ask for anything that's not on their submittal checklists available online. So that's sort of the process, and the goal here is just to ensure the county receives the information it needs that are on their checklists for each individual development application requirement, conditional use permit application, vesting tentative map. There's nothing in this process that allows county staff to make a determination that based on the information you submitted, you're inconsistent with applicable zoning standards. So it's important to make clear that once an application is deemed complete, that informational collection process is done. That process of just confirming that the applicant has submitted all the materials on the relevant checklist is done. And then we move into the process, and it's a separate process with a separate purpose of determining whether or not the application as submitted with all the full materials submitted by the applicant is consistent with the county's relevant standards. And state law prescribes this and prescribes the timing. So as you'll see here, this is from the Housing Accountability Act. Within 30 days after the application is deemed complete, the county is required at that time to review the complete application. After the county has confirmed that they have all the information they need, they're required to review that information and determine whether or not the application as proposed complies with the objective standards in your code. And this is a really important process, and it only makes sense to do it after the project application is complete because within 30 days, the county is required to provide an exhaustive list of any inconsistencies it finds. It can't do that if it doesn't have the full, complete information package in front of it. If it doesn't do that, if it doesn't provide notification of an inconsistency within 30 days, state law says the project is deemed consistent with that standard. So that's why it's so important that that process happens after the project application is deemed complete, because before the project application is deemed complete, the county doesn't have all the information. So this is just a quick timeline of our application process, the instant application. There's been a long there was a prior application that we modified, but the instant project application was originally submitted on March 14th. We submitted, a full application on March 27th with all the information required in the checklist. August 23rd, we got the incomplete notice that we're appealing right now. Again, I just want to emphasize that the Permit Streamlining Act and the Housing Accountability Act consistency determinations are two very different decisions under state law. Again, the Permit Streamlining Act is only intended to ensure that the applicant has provided all of the information required on the checklist that have to be the same for each applicant, and we've done that. Once that information process is done, then the county reviews the complete application and determines whether or not we're consistent. And if they're of the position that no, we are not consistent with the existing standards, then their position is you need to go change the zoning code or the general plan if you want to proceed. And at that point, the applicant can take that information and decide whether they're going to try and move forward under state law or whether they're going to rearrange their project. I can assure you we don't need to do that here. Just a second point that I'll point out, and the important reason to keep both of these processes separate, is that I can't tell you how many housing development project applications I have in the state where we disagree with staff over the application of state law and the application of local regulations to an application. State law doesn't allow staff to make the determination whether a project is consistent with the existing zoning standards. That decision is meant to be made by you when considering the full project on the merits. There is nothing in the Permit Streamlining Act that allows that to happen before project completeness. And I can tell you, in those disputes, sometimes they'll try and raise inconsistency issues and say it's not complete, but uniformly, eventually we get to completeness, and if we're going to fight over the consistency of a project with the code, that happens when the local agency, the decision-making body is considering the full project on the merits. And as I said, it's totally premature to discuss the merits of the density calculations that were discussed by staff earlier. But I think it is important to address some of the points that were made to further emphasize that there really is no basis for the county to require us to submit a legislative approval request at this time. There's just no basis for it. And there's a couple of key provisions of state law that sort of help guide us through this process of analyzing the contentions they made regarding density. I'll start with the second bullet point, which is really important. And basically, it's a reasonable person standard. If there is enough evidence in the record that would allow a reasonable person to conclude that the project is in consistency or conformity with an applicable standard, the county is required and shall deem our project consistent with that standard. As you'll see, you'll notice it says would allow a reasonable person, not allow every reasonable person. As long as there's enough evidence that would allow any reasonable person to conclude we're consistent with the standard, state law requires the county to determine that we're consistent with that standard. Another key provision is that interpretive provision I mentioned earlier. The HAA must be interpreted and implemented by the county in the manner to afford the fullest possible weight to the interest of and approval and provision of housing. And unfortunately, the way that county staff, I really like county staff and they've been super helpful, and this is nothing personal. This is a dispute over state law. Unfortunately, their path thus forward has ignored these key provisions. Now, I just want to I'll really briefly talk about the substantive contentions and discussions of the density calculations. Alex has referenced a couple of our earlier density calculations. Those were prepared based on a formula that was originally proposed to us by staff in 2019. Under that formula, staff basically was saying we could develop up to, it was over 700 units in the Morgan Creek PUD, including more units some were proposing north of Dry Creek. So staff's position has changed. It's shifted for this very project or its earlier iteration. So today I'm just really going to limit myself to the calculation methods that were referenced by staff earlier. So as staff recognize, when calculating the base zoning, there is a base zoning density designation in the north and the south for residentially zoned areas. However, the Dry Creek West Placer Community Plan, and this is incorporated in the zoning, allow for land use intensity to be transferred from those areas within the 100-year floodplain of Dry Creek to be transferred elsewhere into the planned unit development. The county has done this in the past. That's why there are more units up north, as Alex mentioned, than the base density of the residential areas would allow. So as you can see, that area is the entire area in green. And here it's just, I'm quoting the staff report. While it's true that density assigned to open space parcels can be transferred to upland locations, PD provides no such provision for RS zone parcels with excess density to transfer unyielded density to other RS zone parcels where all units have already been yielded. We can dispute whether or not that's true, but even if we assume that's true, the problem with the calculations that staff is performing is while they account for the 26 acres of open space along Dry Creek there that was initially deeded over to the county as part of the original approval, which was part of the overall density calculations and always has been for the Morgan Creek planned unit development. He's neglecting to point out that there's also an additional 28 acres at least of land zoned open space within the 100-year floodplain, which is highlighted in green below, which allows for additional density, so twice 28, approximately 56 units, to be transferred from that portion of the Morgan Creek PD north. Another error in our opinion that staff has made when calculating its density standards, and again, I think there's a clear case that we're under the density allowance within Morgan Creek under your existing code under any interpretation, which is consistent with prior interpretations by the county staff and in prior approvals. Another mistake, though, that Alex has made in the direction he's given our engineering group is that somehow we need to exclude the open space areas that were already donated to the county in our density calculations. Well, the code expressly says we don't have to do that. And according to Alex, some of that open space area was already used to reach the density and unit count we have north of Dry Creek. So it really makes no sense that those units then count against us for density purposes, but we don't also get to take into account the open space areas that are part of the planned unit development that were donated to the county. So, there's been multiple different density calculations that have been prepared, partly because I wasn't involved at this time, prepared a density calculation based on a density bonus provision you have in your code. For whatever reason, Alex disagreed with that calculation. So that was the calculation that formed the basis for the original calculation you saw earlier today. So today we submitted this in our supplemental documents for the appeal. We calculated just using the base density calculation set out in the code, and then the allowable units that can be transferred from the south based on those flood zone areas to the north. And that calculation, what we came up with, and this is a more conservative calculation than we're necessarily required to make, is that there's a total of 657 units that are allowed within the Morgan Creek PD, and we're only proposing 653. We're under that limit. And then also, based on the open space flood zone areas, there's a potential of up to 109 units that could be transferred north. That is more than enough when taking into account the entire PD density of the Morgan Creek PD to allow for the density we're proposing north of Dry Creek. But again, it's important to realize while there's a lot of complex density calculation discussion that may be had, we feel very confident that we're in the right. It's not the time for the county to make that determination. All that we're asking you to do right now is comply with state law, confirm that we've provided all of the documents and material listed on the publicly available checklists the county provides that are required for a vesting tentative map and conditional use permit application. Deem us complete, and then we can get to study and discuss the merits of the project. Thank you. I'm here, our engineer's here, and the applicant's here as well.
Okay, stay there. We may have some questions for you.
Sure.
Any questions?
I have one question. You say that your application is complete and staff says it's incomplete. Where is the discrepancy of that?
No, we're not. Our application is not complete. That's the whole basis of this appeal.
That's what I thought.
Our SB 330 application is complete.
Okay.
Yeah,
I have other questions, but let me get to them.
sure.
Yeah, just a few. Good presentation, Alex, as well. I fully and completely concur with the limited scope of this hearing. The fact is, this is just about whether or not, we're dealing with an application as opposed to the actual merits of the project. I do want, for public transparency, to point out that I did correspond with County Council, also with Alex, and also with a homeowners association attorney, although that particular correspondence simply dealt with whether or not I wanted to speak with him further, and I declined that. A couple of quick questions here I think might inform public comment going forward. Under SB 330 or other legislation, what organization has the exclusive authority to determine whether an application is complete?
That's a really good question. The Department of Housing and Community Development has some, they have an advisory role, but really, under the law, the only entity that is the be-all, end-all on that determination, it's the courts. It goes to the courts. I mean, HCD has made decisions that courts have occasionally disagreed with. So while they have an advisory, and it's a persuasive opinion on certain matters, it's not necessarily the legally effective answer.
Okay, so if the courts are not involved in this, in other words, you would have to take the county to court. Under what circumstances?
We really don't want to have to do that, but that would be our only choice. Is we'd have to battle. We'd have to first of all appeal this decision to the Board of Supervisors, and so we'd exhaust our administrative remedies, and then we would have to file some sort of a petition before our application is even deemed complete on the consistency of our project with applicable guidelines.
Okay.
And I feel pretty confident that when you look at the purpose of the Permit Streamlining Act, that a court will agree that the project application needs to be deemed complete, and then we actually get to the merits of the project.
Okay, so is it accurate to state, though, that the agency, meaning the county, has exclusive authority, excluding courts, in determining whether or not your application is complete?
Yes, within the context of state law.
Okay. Next question. You made a statement that that decisions by the staff have been made in the past that would indicate that there's no reason in this particular area, there's no reason to do a rezone or consider a community plan. You said, and this is a near quote anyway, consistent with prior approvals in this subdivision.
Yeah, and it's there. First of all, there's never anything I've seen in the prior approvals that says there's a density cap in the north area and there's a density cap in the south. The calculations I've always seen look at the subdivision as a total. For example, in the 1999 approvals, there's a table PUD unit allowance calculation where there's a range of it's between like 650 units to 711 units, and it always looks at the PD as a uniform whole. It doesn't perform this breakdown as staff is suggesting now, and that's also consistent with the way that I think it was 2016. Those approvals occurred as well. They looked at the PD as a whole, and they used slightly different calculation methods, and sometimes they didn't really explain themselves why they were reaching that total, which again has always been our position. Like some of these positions that are taken, they're not actually an objective standard. I mean, they may be a reasonable way to interpret the code, but it's not the only way to interpret the code, certainly, which means it's not objective. And the county is required to interpret their code that is most favorable to additional housing. And that's the way that the Housing Accountability Act lays out the law pursuant to very recent amendments, 2019 forward.
Right, okay. You also made the statement, nothing that allows county staff, and this is in your quote, but there's nothing that allows the county staff to make a determination during the application process that an application is not consistent with zoning, right?
I guess what I would say is they can't use their perception of whether or not you're consistent with the standard as a basis to say your project application is incomplete. I mean, we have, these laws are new. Every local code is very diverse and different. So we do have disagreements with staff frequently. But commonly the point we get to is, okay, we provided the information on your checklist. That's the whole point of the Permit Streamlining Act, is to provide clarity for every applicant that comes in the door for a conditional use permit. You submit this application. If you submit everything on the checklist, it has to be the same for everybody. You're complete, and then the county assesses whether it's consistent with relevant standards. And right now we're stuck before we get there.
Okay, so does the checklist address zoning or consistency with the general plan or community plans?
It does. The conditional use permit and the vesting tentative map does not require us to. It does not require us to make a community plan amendment or a rezone. There's a checklist that requires us to provide information, and then the findings necessary to approve those require a finding that we're consistent with those plans,
Okay.
with the existing standards.
So the checklist addresses the community plan, the general plan, compliance and conformance with the community plan, general plan, and zoning. It addresses that, and you have to provide information on that as part of that checklist, right? And if so,
I'm just looking through I'm looking back through the checklist.
I guess what I'm asking more than anything else is, there was kind of, in my view, an implication that the county should not even be addressing zoning or general plan or community plan amendments at this point in the process. If it's in the checklist, then it would seem to me that the county would have that authority.
It's, first of all, that is not in the checklist that I'm seeing or that I'm aware of, and that is true. It's an informational document.
If I may, Commissioner Woodward, just to interject, as part of our universal application that I mentioned during my opening remarks, the universal application has a checklist of entitlements that are being requested. Now, certainly if an applicant for a project checks a wrong box or checks a box for an entitlement that is not needed or does not match what their project is, then we would interact with the applicant and let them know what the correct entitlements. But it certainly is part of our universal application to check on the checklist for our universal application what entitlement type they need.
Okay, and so every applicant is required to complete that checklist,
Yeah.
and that checklist is authorized by law.
Yes.
Yes, and I wanted to note just one thing with respect to that universal application too. That is posted on the county's website. I think even the appellant's slide, it's slide 4,
Yeah.
has the link for it.
I've already-
The section 1 that Chris is referring to, it is a check the box. There's 41 different categories on it. Of those categories, there is one for a rezone, one for a community plan amendment that should have been checked in this instance. And that's part of the issue, is that those weren't checked and identified.
And I don't mean to interrupt, but in your opinion.
Okay.
I mean, I just want to point out what the implication of that would be, though. And I
Okay,
understand.
okay, sir, could you address the commission, please?
Yeah. No, I didn't mean to. I just wanted to. Anyway, so what the implication of what county council is suggesting is that, so say you have a conditional use permit application for a mixed use project. There's a sort of murky local code provision that requires a certain percentage of retail and housing above that. The applicant feels very confident they're consistent with the applicable standards. What he's saying is that we can't apply for a conditional use permit application for that use because one staff member says, no, it's really 22% based on the way you measure the retail space versus 23%. And that's just not what the Permit Streamlining Act is intended to do. The applicant has a right to apply for the land use development applications that are necessary to complete the project as they understand under state law. And staff's role at that point is to say, okay, you're applying for a vesting tentative map. You know, make sure you've submitted everything on the checklist for a vesting tentative map and submitted the full general application form. We'll review that. They may provide feedback during the application completeness process. Show us the setbacks. We don't think you're consistent with that. They can maintain that position, but we're providing all of the information necessary to process a conditional use permit, investing tentative map application, and deem that application complete. And then it isn't staff's role, although their feedback can be helpful, to determine whether or not, in the opinion of the county, the project is consistent with those standards. Those decisions are made by the elected officials, zoning administrators, planning commission, board of supervisors.
Okay, final question, Rich. How, if what you just said is 100% accurate, and I'm sure your view is that it is, how can we make a determination, how can the agency make a determination that streamlining or these acts apply, you know, without making a determination about zoning and general plans and community plans and those sorts of things in this process?
I mean, ultimately, that's a function of state law. There isn't a clear arbiter. I mean, the county can make a position, but the only arbiter of that ultimately is a court.
Right.
Yeah.
So if the courts are not involved, the agency has exclusive authority to make this determination. And then the courts become involved if you choose to take it that way.
They would. I mean, that would be our only option, which,
Okay.
I mean, honestly, what do we want to get to here? We want to get to considering the project on the merits. We don't want to battle over procedural issues. Look, if you were to, deem our project application complete, staff's position can still be this is inconsistent with the local requirements. They can maintain that position throughout. We're the ones who are losing our money if we're wrong. If we prepare the environmental documents, make that investment, and we're denied, and the court upholds that denial, we're the ones who are in the wrong. But we're making that decision on the merits of the project, not on this procedural wrinkle.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any more questions?
Is there a copy of that application that is available to us to see if those boxes were checked or not checked? Because I'm hearing they're checked and I didn't see it in my package. Could you tell me what page it's on? It was 500 pages, I forgot.
The actual application itself was not included in the staff
I
report
didn't think
packet,
so.
but it is something that certainly could be provided.
Chair, too, well, I do have a response to some of the comments made by the appellant that
Well,
I can wait till later if you'd like,
I
or.
want to ask him, so. You want to make your response now?
Sure, I'm happy to
Okay.
do that. So, there were some comments raised about Permit Streamlining Act and whether or not this would be subject to it for purposes of a completeness determination. It is noted in your staff report at page 9, and I think this is important because there have been questions about who actually determines if the application is complete. Is it the court? Is it the county? There has been case law, and there's 3 cases cited that specifically indicate that under the Permit Streamlining Act, the authority for general plan amendments and rezones are specifically outside of the Permit Streamlining Act. And specifically, there's a case cited, Murrieta Valley Unified School District, where it states, rezones and general plan amendments are not development projects pursuant to the Permit Streamlining Act because, and I quote this part, the PSA was never intended to interfere with local government's legislative acts in connection with control over zoning and land use policy. So you have a situation where the courts have weighed in and said, when you...
You know, at this point, I'm going to ask the audience to not clap and disturb the hearing. So I know you have your strong feelings, but when everybody claps, it disturbs the hearing and kind of muffles out the comment that anybody's making on either side of the issue. Go ahead.
So you have a situation where the courts have told the legislative authority, the county, that you have control over those specific questions. And with respect to the application, there was some concerns or questions raised about the difference between completeness or consistency, and that you have to deem an application complete if the information's filled out. The section that specifically talks about application completeness in the Permanent Streamlining Act is Government Code Section 65943. And I apologize in advance because I know no one wants to hear me just read off statutory language, but I need to do a bit of that here for this, because this is the requirement for what makes an application complete. And this is in subdivision A of section 65943. Not later than 30 days after any public agency has received an application for a development project, the agency shall determine in writing whether the application is complete and shall immediately transmit the determination to the applicant for the development project. If the application is determined to be incomplete, the lead agencies shall provide the applicant with an exhaustive list of items that were not complete. That list shall be limited to those actually required on the lead agency's submittal requirement checklist. And that section goes on to talk about incomplete applications and the process for it. But it specifically mentions the submittal requirement checklist, that universal application that we've been talking about. If that's not checked, then that's the agency's job to then say, hey, it's incomplete because you have to check this. And then it goes through a process of 30 days to respond, provide additional information. So it's specifically set forth in the statute the process for determining an application to be complete and what's required for it.
Can I respond to that?
Well, yeah, you have the floor, so.
Okay, sorry. I don't want to talk
But
over anybody. or
we
step on
don't want
anybody's
to
toes.
get into a big discussion right now because I think we'll have an opportunity to
Yeah.
do more discussing after the public comments through. But
I'd at least like to respond. So the three cases that county council cited, indeed, it's true. If we were to come through the door and request a general plan amendment or a rezone, I completely agree. We would not be subject to the Permit Streamlining Act because what we're basically doing is saying, we feel like we want to do this project, we want to develop commercial where it's zoned residential, for example. To do that, you have to change your legislative zoning documents to make that happen. That's not at all how this project is proceeding. We believe we're consistent. We believe state law mandates the county to find it consistent. That's fundamentally different than the scenarios in those three cases that all involved an applicant that came in requesting a rezone from the outset. So that's important. And also those cases all predate the recent amendments strengthening the Housing Accountability Act that are crucial here. The second key point is he said, yes, in that incompleteness determination, that determination is limited to confirming that we've submitted the information on the county's prepared checklists. We did that. We provided the information as it applies to our project for a vesting tentative map and a conditional use permit, and those forms themselves are the only things that county staff can ask for.
okay.
They can-
Any more questions?
Moment.
Okay, I do have one question, and this
Sure.
is really a clarification question.
Sure.
Because some of us in the room are confused about the 30 days.
Sure.
And what happens, you did a checklist, but apparently you're going to have to follow up with the merits of the project. And that's going to involve some kind of a CEQA analysis. Is that correct?
Yes. So because the conditional use permit modification and map approvals we're requesting are discretionary, once the project application is deemed complete, that commences certain deadlines. They're not actually hard deadlines, but that commences the process of determining, first of all, what CEQA review is required, and then completing that level of CEQA review. So that really formally doesn't begin until the project application is deemed complete. There's a second determination, though, or there's a second kind of parallel process under the Housing Accountability Act that within 30 days of the housing development project application being deemed complete, the county's role is then to assess that full package of information for the project application we're applying for, assess that, look very closely at every standard in your code and determine whether or not you believe you're consistent with the objective standards in your code. And that's a really important timeline because if the county doesn't identify a policy that it believes is inconsistent with at that time in those 30 days, the project is deemed consistent with that policy. So that's why it's really important to understand the information collection process is part of the Permit Streamlining Act. The consistency analysis occurs when the county has the entire package project application for the entitlement being sought. And that's what state law entitles us to do. We're not trying to force you to approve the project today. We just want to get to that next stage so we don't have to have an unnecessary procedural discussion before we actually get to the project.
Okay, so then, for clarification again, we say the commission says the project is complete. I mean, the application is complete today.
Yeah.
Then the county would have 30 days to look at the merits of the project? And then,
Yeah.
then what happens?
So staff then has 30 days, and I should mention, so staff then has 30 days to issue us a written determination if they believe our project is inconsistent with the.
Does that include another hearing on the plan?
No, that doesn't. So that's just a staff level formal determination. It's not binding, but it states the county's position. And then, you know, we're notified of that at that process. We're not actually required to appeal at that stage, but we take that information the county provides. We look at our project, we look at the law, what we've provided, and that's sort of a gut check for the applicant. You know, do we really think we're protected under state law here? Is staff wrong? Or, you know, oh, wow, they actually are right. We should make some minor modifications. And at that point, you can work with the county to make those modifications. That process doesn't happen until the project application is deemed
Okay,
complete formally.
so the county comes back in 30 days,
Yeah.
and then what, is that when the CEQ process starts?
Yeah, I mean, at that point, you know, we can say we disagree, you know, so let's just process the materials as necessary to bring this to a hearing to allow the planning commission to approve or deny the project. And before that approval hearing can occur, CEQA has to occur. So, you know, we would begin sort of working with the county. We pay for the CEQA review. We begin that study in earnest, whatever is necessary.
Is there a time limit assigned?
There are time limits under CEQA, generally a year after the project's deemed complete. Those timelines have been adjusted. However, unfortunately, from my standpoint, those CEQA timelines don't really have any teeth. So counties and cities frequently miss the timelines to prepare CEQA documents. There's case law that says CEQA timelines are directory, not mandatory. So.
Okay, so, and we're talking about a conditional use permit, so
Yeah.
subsequent to the determination of completeness, as well as the response from the county in the next 30 days, then we would be in the process of the CEQ and the other processes of approval for the conditional use permit.
Correct.
And then there would be another public hearing that would be available to the public to respond to whatever at that time, the merits at that time.
Yeah, exactly. So at that point, you would be considering the project on the merits with full environmental review, with full analysis, with full opportunity for the public to comment under the Brown Act. At that point, you'd be considering the project on the merits.
Okay. Okay, well, that answers my question. Any more questions from anybody?
I have one more question, just clarification probably from legal staff. Can you go back to the slide that said this can be determined by one reasonable person? When I thought this had to be
Yeah.
determined by a legislative staff, which would be the board?
So I think you're referencing this?
Yeah, for
Yeah.
purposes of HAA,
Yeah.
evidence that would allow a reasonable person to conclude that the housing development project is consistent. Who is that person? And isn't that person, earlier it was stated that this has to be approved by a legislative board, which would be the board. So how does, to me, that seems like a conflict. If legal staff can help clear that up for us?
Yeah, happy to do so. So the legal standard is an objective person standard, which is a reasonable person looking at that. Now, that's the framework that you're evaluating whether or not the standard is objective. But it is ultimately your call, and you're just looking at it through the framework of what a reasonable person would think.
Okay. Clarified. Thank you.
Yeah, if I can
Yeah, go ahead.
clarify. So this actually relates to the county's determination as to whether or not a project is consistent with a standard. If a reasonable person, based on the evidence, would find us consistent with a standard, we shall be deemed consistent with that standard. And there's the reasonable person standard, it's a joke in law school because it's squishy and substantial evidence is squishy.
Yeah, I'm well aware of that.
So, thanks.
Been there, thank you.
Okay, yeah, well, thank you. We'll go to public comment and let the public, and then we'll have discussion later. And so let me see, before Mr. Leduca gets up, I want to indicate that, everybody who wanted to comment should have filled out a comment slip. And so if you haven't done that, then you need to do that. And I also want to ask how many people really want to make a comment in the audience? Okay, we don't have 4 hours worth, so maybe that's a good sign. Let me see, I did get a request from the representatives of the homeowner association for extra time. And so if I grant that request, I need to know if there's anybody else in the room or online that will represent a group, an organization. If there is somebody that represents an organization other than the homeowners association representative, I'm not seeing any hands. Are we having anybody online that indicates that? Okay. Okay, so let me see. I'm going to open up the public comment, and the representatives of the homeowners association has requested 7 minutes, and so I will grant that.
I would just like to note, any other representatives of groups would have a similar time allotment of 7 minutes.
Yeah, I think I asked that question, but hopefully, if anybody represents another group, they've raised their hand or done something to let us know. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, Marcus Loduca, 3300 Douglas Boulevard in Roseville. On behalf of the Morgan Creek Community Association and the 586 homes in Morgan Creek that the association represents, I'm here today to support the staff's analysis and conclusions that recommend that you deny the appeal before you from the Morgan Crossing applicant. The staff analysis is clear and concise and correctly concludes that the project before you is not a housing development project in compliance with the Streamlining Act, SB 330, or the Housing Accountability Act, is incomplete due to its failure to include the necessary entitlements for the county to deem the application complete and start processing the project application itself. The PD ordinance requirements for this project have been repeatedly and correctly relayed to the project applicant, as noted in the hundreds of pages that are attached to the staff report over many, many months. Noting at all times a controlling limit in the PD ordinance's own terms, staff has highlighted that again today and in the staff report, but it bears highlighting. Quote, under no circumstances can the density or units exceed the number permitted by the PD designation. Keep that caveat in mind. The PD calculation that your staff has repeatedly set out in writing to the applicant is straightforward and easily replicated. In other words, it is objectively clear to a reasonable person. This is not rocket science, but simple math. It's anything but complex. It was previously brought up. The applicant here wants you to treat Morgan Creek South and Morgan Creek North as the exact same, maintaining that units available in Morgan Creek South can be shifted to Morgan Creek North. There's one problem with that. They're not the same. As the staff report and presentation highlight, there are different land use designations under the community plan. The north is rural low-density residential, the south low-density residential. In the north, the base zoning is 40,000 square feet, 1 unit per acre, whereas in the south, it's 20,000 square foot minimum base zoning with 2 units per acre allowed. Moreover, the front and rear yard setbacks and allowable height of the houses between Morgan Creek North and Morgan Creek South are different. Two areas are not interchangeable, quite simply, for purposes of determining allowable density of units in the two areas of the Morgan Creek project. As the PD designation again notes, and as staff highlighted, there's a limitation, there's a cap on the number of homes permitted under the PD ordinance for these two areas. It's simple math. And that simple math clearly shows that approved by the Board of Supervisors in 1995 and modified in 1999, all the units but one in Morgan Creek North that are allowed by the PD ordinance have been built. If the applicant wishes to seek additional units in the north, they can do so in their application. However, note that under the PD ordinance, they will have to then provide additional open space and public recreation land or facilities and bring those to the table. Now, as staff noted, and as the commission has also noted, we're not here to discuss the merits of the application. But again, we do ask that you keep this in mind. The Morgan Crossing applicant is not proposing additional open space or additional public recreation or public facilities to get any additional units that they would seek in the northern part of Morgan Creek. Actually, as the staff report notes, the approved Morgan Creek project was to include not just open space, trails, and the golf course and its amenities, but also an aquatics and fitness center with tennis courts. Well, the tennis courts were never built, and the pool was filled in and removed. So Morgan Creek residents have fewer amenities than the entitlements approved by the Board of Supervisors required. Yet the golf course owner here, again, not proposing anything additional in terms of open space amenities for additional units, but attempting to take credit for and utilize the density created by the original Morgan Creek project overall and to try to move units from the south to Morgan Creek North. However, as shown in the exhibits that were presented to you, a half a golf course is not an additional amenity. It's 50% of a golf course. Fewer trails and open space are not additional amenities, but less. Now, also the staff report has laid out the chronology beginning with the June of 2020 pre-development meeting when the project checklist referenced the need to confirm that planned residential standards are being met. That was almost 2.5 years ago. So they first raised that issue about inconsistencies with existing zoning and community plan designations in the northern portion of the project at that time, almost 2.5 years ago. Now, I've represented projects in Placer County jurisdictions under SB 330, and as the commission knows, I've represented many projects in Placer County over the last 35 years. There are more than a few times after a pre-development meeting where further discussions with your staff determined that additional land use entitlements were needed in addition to those indicated in the original pre-development submittal. An applicant listens to what the staff says is needed and either goes back and revises its project to no longer need those additional entitlements, or amends its application, includes the entitlements that staff says are required, and proceeds forward. The applicant here could have done this 2.5 years ago. And I think the chances are highly likely, given my experience here in Placer County, that had they done so at that time, almost 2.5 years ago, the application would have been processed, its EIR completed, and we would be discussing the merits of the application before you and then the Board of Supervisors. The applicant chose not to. Your staff is correct in its analysis of the conclusions and determination, and we'd ask you, Commissioner, to support your staff's recommendation and deny the appeal. Also realize, this is a very rare circumstance that this comes up, but if you're going to overrule your staff on this type of determination, you are sending a signal. This is absolutely a precedent, where people are going to challenge your staff at a very preliminary point in the planning process, and they're going to get overruled, and as opposed to doing what applicants always do, is we meet with staff, they tell us what we need. I can give you many examples of that happening on projects that this commission has reviewed. And again, that's part of the process, as opposed to simply ignoring staff for 2.5 years and saying, no, we're right, you're wrong. With that, I would like to introduce James Shelby, the chairman of the board of the Community Association. To give you an idea, Mr. Shelby, in his previous life, which I knew him, was a longtime planning commissioner in Sacramento County and a former council member and mayor in the city of Citrus Heights. James? I'd be happy to answer any questions if the commission had any.
Okay, well, we'll let him make his talk and then we'll ask questions if necessary.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman Johnson, fellow commissioners. James Shelby, 8860 Creekstone Circle, Roseville, California. I'm going to focus on some relationship issues. We have a lot of technical people in the community who's going to speak, but I want to talk about our relationship with the golf course and how it's typical of their pattern in Placer County. We're here today in support of the staff's recommendation. This development will change Morgan Creek as we originally moved in. Why we moved to Morgan Creek? There was beautiful homes, golf course environment, open space, tennis courts planned, community pool, community putting greens, walking trails, and open space. But what has happened since Charlie Gibson purchased Morgan Creek golf course, the first thing they did was fill the swimming pool with dirt and close the workout facility. There was a women's golf club that used to play at Morgan Creek once a week. Charlie Gibson had an argument with the women's group and kicked them off the golf course. They could no longer participate there. They had to join Sierra Country Club to get a chance to keep their women's group together. Putting greens were responsibility in the original development of the golf course. We spent over $250,000 on putting greens that were responsibility for the golf course. They just let them go down to absolutely nothing. Relationship with the community is at an all-time low. When I became a member of the board, I served on the golf course committee. I went over and said, well, maybe we can change these relationships. And we asked to have a Thursday night happy hour with buy meals, and some people who refused to go to the golf course came back. And after Charlie found out that we were doing that, he cut it out again. He would not allow us to meet there. We had our monthly meetings at the golf course. We were paying to rent the facility. When his application was filed, he kicked us off. We can't even meet there anymore. We have to go over to the school around the corner to have our regular monthly meetings. Now, easements around the golf course, they're not maintained by the golf course. Sometimes we've gone in and made the necessary repairs because the golf course refused to do it. And landscape areas around the golf course are terrible. They will cut out to the end of the street and leave grass just growing around the community. The golf course has no sand. They have not put sand in the golf course in the last couple of years. So you got hard pan in the sand traps. It's not a decent golf course to play on anymore. This project has completely destroyed the intent of the development of Morgan Creek. The same thing happened with Rockland Golf Course. They took it down and destroyed it. They got bought off and they moved away. Now, private roads and security is all responsibility of the Morgan Creek community. We pay for security, we pay for the private roads are our roads, and we could actually stop them from going into the golf course if they don't have actual tee times. So we've not been that kind of neighbor. We've been consistent, and so what we're saying is that we agree with the county position, and this developer has completely destroyed our community. So we look forward to working with the board.
Thank you. Okay, as I asked before, please hold on the clapping. Any comment or questions from the commission? Okay, so let me see, we'll go ahead with the rest of the people that would like to make presentations. We'll call your name off.
Can I get Stephanie Brunel?
Now, just remind you, you'll have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Stephanie Burnell, and I stand before you to express my strong opposition to the proposed project Morgan Creek Open Spaces development in our beloved open natural space. While the golf course owner is advocating for the project, we must remember that this decision could have profound and irreversible impact on our community. The developer has appealed the county's determination that their application for the housing development project is incomplete, as it lacks essential elements such as community plan amendment and rezoning. It's important to recognize that these requirements are in place for a reason, to ensure that any development aligns with the existing plans and policies that govern our community. The regulations are in place to protect the character and interests of Morgan Creek and their residents. The developer argues that their appeal is merely about deeming the project application complete. However, this is misleading. This is a misleading oversimplification. The heart of the matter lies in whether the proposed project adheres to objective development standards and the best interests of our community. The developer's appeal of the county's determination that their application is incomplete should be seen for what it is, a blatant attempt to circumvent essential regulations and your staff's decisions. They want us to believe that their appeal is all about deeming the project application complete, but this is a thinly veiled deception. The heart of the matter is whether this project aligns with our community's best interests and whether it conforms to the established objective development standards. It's important to recognize that there are requirements in place for a reason, to ensure that any development aligns with the existing plans and policies that govern our community. On its face, they do not and will not meet these requirements. The existing regulations are in place to protect the character and interests of Morgan Creek and its residents. Furthermore, the developer claims that the Dry Creek West Placer County Plan and County Code authorize transfer of density from undevelopable areas to residentially owned regions within the same planned development. But the reality is that the proposed density is far greater than what the county had ever envisioned. Such high density housing in our community could lead to problems like overcrowding, traffic congestion, and the erosion of the peaceful and serene environment that we all cherish. It's infuriating to see the developer trying to manipulate the system to suit their own agenda. We should not let them distort the rules to accommodate their project or their pockets, especially when it jeopardizes our community's well-being in a clear and evident money grab. The county's regulations are in place to protect us, and we cannot allow the developer to undermine them or your staff. We should not allow this developer to bend the rules to accommodate their project. The county is guided by specific laws that protect the interests of our community and provide for an open and transparent process. By granting this appeal, we risk these regulations and potentially setting a dangerous precedent, as our lawyer stated, for future developments in the area.
Could you wrap up, please? Could you wrap up, please?
Yes, last sentence. It is our duty as responsible citizens and stewards of our community to voice our concerns and ensure that our county's regulations and community values are upheld.
Thank you.
Okay, in order to speed up the process, I'm going to read 3 at a time. So if you could kind of line up and space yourselves out, and I apologize in advance if I destroy your name. Daniel Bakoff, James and Tara White, and Steve Rath.
Thank you. I'm Daniel Boskov.
Can you please go to the podium?
Yes. I'm Daniel Boskov. However, my neighbor Sarah has to pick up her daughter, so she was to leave, so I'll gladly give her the microphone. And then you can call me.
Yes. Sarah Spencer. Hi, my name is Dr. Sarah Spencer. I live at 9200 Eagle Springs Place in Morgan Creek, and I promise I won't even take 3 minutes because I do have to leave to get my daughter. I don't have something prepared as eloquent as you just heard, but I just wanted to come and express, our family's opposition, our community's opposition to the removal of a golf course from our community and development of more housing. As we know, the Roseville area in Placer County is just exploding with development right now. It's very exciting in a lot of ways, but there are many housing options and much more land even accessible to developers. As you drive around on the outskirts of town, you see there's fields and fields and probably other places to build more houses. It seems absurd to remove, a recreation spot, which I, from my home office window, can view the 16th hole, and every day, all day, there are golfers on this course, And I doubt they would be there if it was only 9 holes. They would choose a different golf course. And so eventually it seems that the early claims that the golf course was in distress financially would actually come to fruition if it was a nine-hole course. And ultimately, we may be here, trying to dispute a future attempt at building even more houses on top of the 9 holes in future years. So some of the other things that I wanted to mention is that, as other people have mentioned, our roads are private. They belong to us in Morgan Creek. I can assure you that we would not allow, whatever our, legal rights would be, any construction vehicles, any use of our private streets for development. I think that our community is strong and united in our opposition to this development, and it's something that we would, continue to pursue, and we at no point will we lie down and accept a decision. I know this is very early. Ultimately, oh, really? 3 minutes? Oh, there's 1 minute left. I got it. Okay. So I know that we're still very early in the process, a process that may seem like it hasn't begun, but it has, because by approving this application as complete is kind of setting the tone for acceptance. I know that's not actually how the law is written, but any further action toward completion of this project would just be detrimental to our community. I know that, let's see, what else was I going to say? People said that. I know that part of the proposal is actually having a different and separate HOA govern the newer communities, and that is just future of conflict within the community of having to agree on or manage disagreements on how our community should be, will be, and so that's important to us all. It's quite frankly a waste of public funds and taxpayers' money to keep hearing about this project that apparently isn't even a housing development project, and so the application was incomplete to begin with if it's been labeled as such. I have more, but I'll go. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, who is the gentleman that stepped back? Are you next?
Thank you very much. My name is Daniel Boškov, 9210 Eagle Springs Place. My family is relatively small, myself, my wife, and my 7-year-old daughter. So I hear everything, all the arguments, and you'll hear more. I would like to make it very simple. My English vocabulary is rather poor to explain and to convey to you the devastating effect if this development project is going to be approved. I have several very close acquaintances, friends who are real estate agents, including my own sisters. So talking with them, they come, they see, they know. Most of the people who live in the Morgan Creek area do receive the flyer in their mailbox of one of the real estate agents. So to make simple, if the development project is approved, I will lose between $150,000 to $250,000 immediately from the market value of my home. And my home is the only thing that I have. We don't have anything else. So I promise you to be simple. So I will reiterate, it will have devastating effect in a micro sense of my family, specifically, and overall to the whole Morgan Creek. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Steve Rath. I'm a real estate broker, owner of Broker Rath Real Estate, previous owner of Better Homes Realty Granite Bay, 35 years in the business locally. So I witnessed what happened at Sunset Whitney and the devaluation of the entire, and degradation really, of the entire neighborhood in that decade-long fiasco. So I came here prepared with a lot of numbers and to share with everyone if you're a homeowner, raise your hand.
Say, make sure you address the commission, sir.
Yes.
Not the audience. Okay.
Okay, audience, if you're a homeowner, raise your hand.
You know,
Now, all I'm trying to point out is that the decisions made here, and they're trying to push it through, SB 330 was a boon for them in terms of different ways to attack or to find loopholes to use in their lawsuit and their development plans. And they're trying to get it expedited. They're trying to make you make a snap decision or a quick decision on really a flawed plan. Every person in this audience and every person of Morgan Creek stands to lose a lot of money in the equity of their values of their home. And the previous gentleman was correct. Anywhere from I did the numbers this morning, anywhere from $200,000 to $300,000. And make no mistake about it, it's a money transfer. So that equity lost is what the applicant will gain by approving this project. So I'm not going to go through all the numbers I ran and all the other information I had, because this isn't an appropriate hearing for that. Subsequent, I would. But every person in this audience is affected by what you do today. And I think I thank the county for the work that they did. It was very well presented and I think accurate. Thank you.
thank you.
We have James or Tara White. James Combs, Dr. Stephen Barham, and Jay Garnett.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is James Combs. My wife and I live at 8803 Creekstone Circle in Morgan Creek. We've lived there since 2007. You've heard today all the presentations about the policies and the law and the development nuances that are going on here, but I want to talk to you about the backstory. And the backstory on this is the two individuals that are applying for this project also are the two individuals that closed Sunset Whitney. It's those two individuals. They did the exact same thing there that they're proposing to do here without SB 330. There, they wanted to build homes on their golf course, on a piece of land for the golf course. It was resisted by everyone in that community. It went to the city of Rockland. The city of Rockland backed the homeowners, and they denied the project. So basically what the individuals did, those two individuals, they put up a chain link fence around the golf course. The grass, they stopped maintaining it. The grass grew, trash grew up nobody was maintaining it, and the homeowner values plummeted on that golf course. They're proposing to do the same thing here under the disguise of SB 330. This is not about building much needed homes in California. That's not their intent at all. It's definitely not about building affordable housing. The homes in our community, under no circumstances, are to be considered affordable housing. They simply are doing this to enrich themselves by millions of dollars here. And they're going to close half of our golf course. In about 5 or 6 years ago, Charlie Gibson, who's one of the owners, along with Joe Saiufi, sat in my wife's living room at the kitchen table in our room and told us that if we didn't go along with the plan that they had at that time of making each homeowner pay $75 to $85 a month for 3 years, they wanted a contract and they wanted the board to sign that and make each homeowner pay that amount of money for 3 years, they would close the golf course. They threatened that. And so I said, Charlie, you can't do that. You know, the homeowners are just not going to pay that. It won't get approved by the homeowners. They'd have to go to a vote. He said, well, I'll just get these small-minded homeowners. I'll just get the bulldozers out here. The next day, we had a bulldozer right behind our house on the T. Okay? That's what they're trying to do here. They're bullies. They're trying to bully you. This is an end run, and they should be held accountable and follow the rules here. And we support the staff's position on this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning. I'm Stephen Barham, and I live at 8570 Carlisle Court. I remember when we purchased our home back in 2017, and it was kind of a dream of ours to be in a golf community because we love golf. And it's emotional for me too, just because I have family that lives there. My daughter, both daughters one lives on Waterstone, one lives on French Creek, and I have grandkids. So it's really a family community. It's a gated community. We bought it in the aspects that it was a golf community. That's why we purchased the home. And for someone to know that our whole community is there for the purposes of golf and the purposes of the wildlife and the atmosphere that's there, for it to be destroyed basically by adding these homes and taking away our space, taking away our life basically of what we have really, it's been a goal to be in a facility like this, and to ruin it just to make financial gain is a real travesty to all of us. I think I'm speaking on behalf of everyone that lives there. We all bought for the reasons of a golf community. And so, you know, I would hope that you take that into perspective when you're making your decision. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Jay Garnett, 9365 Pinehurst Drive in Morgan Creek. What I wanted to bring up, some of these speakers have already mentioned some of those things, but I've been following the back and forth between the submittals and things like that. I've never seen such poor presentations as far as submitting documents. This presentation I saw today was the first time I've ever seen where they're going to put the 9-hole course. They wouldn't tell us that before. And one of the things that happened was they shut the golf course down for a couple of weeks when we wouldn't pay. And then that's when they just said, well, we're just going to build houses here. Well, then the submittal originally was no golf course until they found out they wanted to keep the event center because they make money on weddings and stuff like that from outside people. They wanted to keep the restaurant and all that. Well, that's commercial property inside of a residential area, which they only got dispensation for that because in the original program or planning almost 20 years ago, it was designed as a community with recreation, and so they got dispensation for having that. So when they found out we can't keep that, that's when they said, now we'll put a 9-hole course in. So this has been going back and forth with the county council, and I agree with everything that they've said. They haven't followed the procedures. And SB 330, in my opinion, it's a state thing for low-income housing for fast building, like adult housing, things like that. And it was designed for high-density, low-income housing. This is not low-income housing. They're building 600 homes just down the road from us in all those fields around that school. So literally, just recently, that'll make over 800 homes in that area. So why do you want to destroy a gym in this area? And it's the only recreation area in that area that they're building all these homes. to get rid of that golf course. Now they have to go all the way across the county to other golf courses. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, if we could get Ken Fowler, Kevin Freeman, and Cindy.
Commissioners, I'm Ken Fowler. I live at 9305 Pinehurst Drive in Morgan Creek. And this is, you step back to the stratosphere, this is not a case of the fox in the hen house. This is a case of the fox buying the hen house and then trying to sell the hen house. Every person in here is a homeowner. There's about 600 homeowners. And we all purchased in Morgan Creek because of the open space, because of the golf course, because of the natural environment, the things that it gives us. If we wanted to look in our backyard at a neighbor, we would have purchased over in Granite Bay. But we purchased out there because of this open environment. And when we purchased that property, each one of us has a homeowner's insurance. We buy insurance for our house. Well, we also bought insurance for our environment. And that insurance is this master plan. And you commissioners are the insurers. Through this plan and through this commission and through the county's assessment that this plan is incomplete and this plan, as previously said, actually destroys our investment. But we bought this insurance plan, and this insurance plan has rules. And we, through the CCNRs and the Homeowners Association, we all said, yes, these rules protect us. This is our insurance plan, and we're looking for you to uphold that, not destroy it. And so we agree with your staff that this plan is incomplete so far and that ultimately it's a very bad development plan, and it's just to the financial aggrandizement of a few that you would sacrifice 600 families and what we have invested. And for many of us and most of us, it's the largest investment that we ever make in our housing and our environment. And we're out there for a purpose, and we expect you and look to you to protect that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Cindy Pakurek. I'm a homeowner. I'm here to speak for myself.
Could you speak in the microphone a little bit closer?
My name is Cindy Pakurek. I'm a homeowner of Morgan Creek. I'm here to speak for myself and my husband, Murat Pakurek. He is a physician at Kaiser Permanente in Roseville. I'm a licensed psychologist. We are professionals. We have lived there for 15 years. We strongly oppose the construction of homes in the beautiful Morgan Creek area on the golf course. We bought our home with the understanding that we would be residing in this beautiful golf community surrounded by a lush golf course, nature trails, and riparian wildlife sanctuary. No one has brought that up today. The sanctuary wraps around the golf course, and the animals reside in both places. We personally feel that building homes on the golf course is a violation of our rights as homeowners in the community. We would not have bought our expensive home in Morgan Creek had we known that new construction on the golf course could be an issue. We are deceived. Morgan Creek was permitted in the 1990s as a complete integrated project of open space, golf course, and planned housing, and its approval was based on maintaining this balance. It must not be broken up. It does not make sense that the big lots and big homes in Morgan Creek community should be considered for the affordable housing bill. These homes are bought by professionals. As you can see, my husband's a physician, I'm a PhD, and other professionals in the community, business owners. We've spent a lot of money for these homes. They are not for the first-time homeowner. We agree with the planning department that the density of housing proposed exceeds the limits of the approved zoning in our area. The additional housing could have an impact on the county's riparian sanctuary along the Dry Creek. Animals that we have personally observed living on that golf course are turtles because of the water birds such as cranes, mallard ducks, geese. There's also a herd of deer. There's multiple other birds such as woodpeckers, turkeys, California quail, owls, hawks, including the red-tailed hawk, and many, many more. There's hares, squirrels, caterpillars, butterflies, bees, and those are important because they are pollinators. There's a beetle out there, an endangered elderberry longhorn beetle. There's king snakes and gopher snakes. They are predators to the rattlesnakes, skunks, raccoons, foxes, coyotes. Access to the trails are public. There are hundreds and thousands of people walking out on those trails every day in the riparian wildlife. Also, the golf course is a booming business. This is the same owner who shut down the
Could you wrap
Sunset
up your
Whitney,
comments,
as you
please?
know. And we need recreation in this community with the booming homes that are going up. There are thousands of homes going up in the rural land around our community. You don't need to ruin a beautiful golf course when there's all these other homes. We need recreation out there.
Okay, could you
And I
complete?
personally feel that the owner of the golf course is a moron, and he's pure evil.
Okay, thank you.
Up next, if we could get John Shell and Peter Murphy.
Good afternoon. Mine is short compared to everybody else's. My name is John Shell, 8963 Creekstone Circle. We're in one of the houses that is built on, is going to back up to that fairway if they build those houses there. So instead of saying the golf course that we see now, we're going to be seeing somebody's back fence if they build that. My wife Maria and I bought our home in Morgan Creek in 2006. Saved all our life in order to buy and live in a place like this. And we purchased our home for the uniqueness that is Morgan Creek. Larger lots, wildlife has been mentioned, less traffic, noise and pollution, and on top of our list was a golf course. At that time, it never crossed our mind that the golf course would be developed into more houses, but that's precisely what the current proposal would allow if it goes to completion. You know, the thing that's amazing is many thousands of new homes are being built in West Park. I mean, everywhere you go. I bicycle in that area, and every time I go out there, it seems like there's another development that's going up over there. And not only residential houses, but also multifamily houses and commercial too. So why would we want to destroy a golf course when so many people, not only residents, but also people from outside golf there all the time? Because we back up to the golf course, we're right on the 6th tee box, and we see people going there all the time. I mean, it's busy. There's money to be made, but there'll be a lot more money made if Charlie Gibson can sell those lots off for $200,000 or $300,000 versus the value of the golf course. So as Morgan Creek residents, Maria and I urge you guys to stick with your guns and don't be dissuaded by the would-be developers attempting to destroy our golf course. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I'm Peter Murphy. I've lived on 3761 Bradwood Way for about the past 15 years. I want to thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak to you today. Many of us out there, as you can see, are in the autumn of our years, forgetting the last lady, but and we really have a great interest in the presence and the future of the community. For the past 20 years, the community has developed into a treasured gem that we call home. We appreciate the ambience of the community spirits, security, and the amazing open areas of the creek and golf course. Home purchases are without question for most people the largest investment that they will ever make. They're an integral part of our total equity, and for some people are a mechanism of financing their retirement as they either refinance or scale down. We bought our house because we thought it offered the kind of lifestyle that we desired, and we're therefore willing to compromise immediate gratification and look at the longer term agenda. The golf course is an integral part of that community, not only for the residents, but also for the community at large who can enjoy the amazing tranquility of the area. Currently, thousands of people in the greater community and hundreds of thousands of residents in the future who will live in the thousands of houses being built immediately west of us will enjoy this resource. There's very little question that it's highly unlikely that any new golf courses will be built. The thousands of new houses there will assure an ongoing demand for the golf course. All of us bought the home with the idea that this fantastic community would have an indefinite future. We made this commitment with the understanding that the environment would not change significantly. Like John, I will be looking out on the backyard of some of the new houses. And we hope that our legislative leaders would act responsibly and understand the critical value of the golf course to the community, and not just the homeowners, but also to the many people who live around. A greedy developer does not have the ethical or moral right to come into an established community and essentially destroy this amazing community, which is critical to the ambience of the environment. We hope that you will look at the bigger picture, not just at the immediate property tax revenue, but the present and future damage that results from failure to preserve Morgan Creek. We suspect you're aware of the progressive stress of modern living and hope you understand the tranquility of walking the creek, the riparian area, and golfing adds to the community. This must be preserved. Why let some greedy developer destroy this amazing resource? There are thousands of acres immediately west of Fidament, open land, where developers can focus their avaricious eyes for development, and homeowners coming in will understand the rules of engagement, unlike the people at Morgan Creek who now are being sold a bill of goods. We beg the planning permission to understand the critical importance of this amazing facility to the local residents and the community at large, and therefore ask you to thoughtfully reflect on the drastic negative impact that eliminating this fantastic resource will have on the present and future residents over the next 50 years. Please protect our
Are you ready to
fantastic
wrap it up? 'Cause
yeah,
your
please
time's
protect
up.
our fantastic community. Thank you for your thoughtful consideration.
Okay, thank you. So that's it. We're through with the this part of the meeting. And so I guess what I'm thinking is it's probably time for us to take a break. And so we have several people online that will want to speak, I guess, after we take a break. And so at any rate, what we'll do is, since we finished up with the public involvement that's here in the room, we'll go ahead and take a half an hour break and come back, and then we'll listen to the comments that are online. So with that, guess we'll be back about 20 after 1 o'clock. And so you're all welcome to come back and listen to it more and appreciate what you've presented to us today. Thank you.
Doesn't mean
Okay, so if we could have people's attention, we'll get the meeting going again. Okay, so we have more public comment come on board. And so we'll be dealing with the people online. And so for the folks that are online, hopefully we've reconvened and we'd like to go ahead and take your comments. And so raise your hand and when you want to speak and let us know.
Hi, Ken. Go ahead and unmute your mic, and you'll have 3 minutes to make your comments.
Hi, my name's Ken News. I am living in Morgan Creek. The golf course is really a special thing in this area, very much integrated with the community, and it was built that way by the original planning. It's integrated into our CCNRs, and it's just a great place to be. Unfortunately, taking it away is just is sort of an unbelievable thing that somebody acting more like a modern day robber baron is trying to get us to, give it up when there are no golf courses being built in the Placer County area. All this redevelopment, Placer Ranch, the vineyard areas out through there. I mean, I think there's like 20,000 homes being built, and across the county line in Sutter County, I think there's a whole bunch also going all the way up to 99 and beyond. So I don't see a lot of golf courses being put in, and once it's gone, it's gone. I mean, you're not getting it back. So it's something that we really have to take into consideration. We don't want the urban sprawl like we see in LA, parts of Sacramento County, and the Bay Area. Poor planning was involved with that. But if we can keep it going, I think it's a positive thing for the community and for Placer County to maintain and keep golf courses. That's all I got to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, Bill. You can go ahead and unmute your mic, and you'll have 3 minutes to make your comments.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Bill Schutz. My family has been a resident of Morgan Creek on the Pinehurst side, that's south side, since 2008. I'm commenting today to urge the commission to uphold the staff's recommendation and deny the appeal at issue. With all the development in the southwest unincorporated Roseville area that has occurred in the past 10 plus years, our open space is dwindling. Also, traffic and noise in our area has increased exponentially, and this project will only make that worse for residents and surrounding communities, not to mention the impact it will have on wildlife. I'm asking the commission to vote to deny this appeal and preserve the open space we have with Morgan Creek Golf Course. Thank you for listening to me and other residents and community members who oppose the development. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
There's no other hand.
That's it? Okay, so do we drop a lot of people offline or?
No, there's staff. It's not
Okay.
everybody.
Okay, so that looks like we've come to the end of the public comment. Unless we missed somebody earlier. So with that, I'll go ahead and close the public comment and invite staff to come back if you'd like to address anything, as well as the appellant. I'll have you come up too, but we'll let the staff come up first.
Thank you, Chairman. I do have just a couple of clarifications on issues that came up during the discussion with Mr. Brooks pertaining to application processing requirements and some other.
Maybe a little bit closer to the microphone.
Certainly. Can you hear me better now? Great. So there were some questions about the contents of the SB 330 pre-application that is submitted to the county. So by state law, the county has to post up on its website an SB 330 compliant application form, which we do have, and we have filing instructions for that. That's also in our universal application as one of the application selections. And there was a discussion about the type of information that is included in that SB 330 vesting pre-application form that's submitted to the county. The thing that I want to clarify about that is among the 17 areas, categorical areas of information that the county or another agency can request of an applicant, none of those include changes to zoning or community plans, anything of that nature. So the categories of information that we can get have to do with the project location, the number of units proposed, whether any of those units are to be deemed affordable, information about biological resources, historic resources, that kind of information, but nothing about whether there are need for other entitlements, specifically in this case talking about, you know, things that would be legislative in nature. Which leads me to my second point about the pre-development meeting process that Placer County has that we go through. And so on each of the Morgan Crossing project applications, the first one that was withdrawn as well as this one, we did receive a pre-development meeting application from the applicant as part of the pre-application process, if you will, that we undertake for all major land use entitlements. That is actually the first application requirement, is to go through the pre-development meeting. And at that pre-development meeting, specifically referencing the most recent meeting that we had on January 10th of this year, 2023, staff raised again the issues of consistency with zoning and community plan land use designations, similar in the same manner that had been raised on the prior application. That information was supplied to the applicant with the planning division checklist information and all the other department checklists, listing the necessary applications for the project. So I did want to clarify that whether it's agreed that that is required or not, and what the timing of those things are, the county has been very consistent throughout the processing of all the applications and saying, we think there could be an issue here and that we need more information on those things. The last thing I wanted to mention is part of Mr. Brooks' discussion about allocation of unit density from open space zoned parcels, and he specifically said something to the effect that I directed them that they couldn't include any unit allocations from what are now county-owned properties, and that is correct. And the reason that, in my view, my professional view, that is correct is those properties were incorporated into the original project approval. Through the project approval, there was an agreement among the parties, including the county, to receive those parcels as dedications of land. The county accepted those dedications of land. The county now owns those pieces of land. And my contention was that even if there were available units there, they are not units that could be assigned to the project, ascribed to the project without the consent of the owner, right? The county being the owner. And so that ultimately it's the ownership that controls the rights of development and other land use characteristics, and that was not part of this application process. So I did want to provide those clarifications. That's it.
That's it. Any questions at this point?
Yeah, thanks, Rich. That's pretty darn important information here, and seemed to be different from my recollection of what was said. It seemed like there was a general checklist posted online that the county uses. Is that general checklist and the checklist that you're referring to, Alex, are they the same things?
So it's important to distinguish different steps of the process. In this particular instance, because of the claim of the SB 330 compliant project, one of the checklists is the SB 330 pre-application form. And I need to distinguish that that is while related to this project overall, is distinct from the county's pre-development meeting process that we use for all major entitlement applications. To go through, we receive preliminary information on a project. We evaluate that information at a preliminary level. We have a meeting with the applicants, including all of the ERC, DRC staff that would have a hand in reviewing that project. And we discuss the entitlement requirements of the project, as well as all the pieces of technical information and site-specific studies that are required of the project. And at the end of that process, checklists from each of the divisions are provided to the applicant to outline all of the entitlement requirements for the project, as well as all the supplemental studies that are required for the project. And then those things are used as the evaluation measuring stick, so to speak, for receipt of the actual major project application, right? So when we take in that major project application, the staff goes through the checklist and says, are the right entitlements selected? Are all of the necessary studies included? Are all of the necessary pieces of supporting technical information included? If they are not, we would normally reject those things and not even allow the application into the process. I do need to clarify here that because of the circumstances of the claim of this particular situation, it was determined to accept the application into the process to at least, allow them to commence or initiate the process.
So all of those various checklists need to be completed in order for you to declare an application complete?
And they would also be reviewed on a preliminary basis during that initial 30-day review period to judge their level of completeness. For example, I'll use a drainage report. Sometimes a preliminary drainage report might not include all the hydrologic calculations that an engineer might think are necessary to evaluate. It could be deemed incomplete. Or a biological resources assessment for a project that's within the Placer County Conservation Plan area might not have included information to evaluate the impacts to resources in the context of the PCCP. And so at that 30-day period is when we would potentially deem an application incomplete, provide that exhaustive list of all of the additional details and information that has to be provided.
But the appellant is asking about zoning, general plan, and community plan adjustments. In the checklists that would lead you to declare an application complete, is zoning and general plan and community plan reviews addressed?
Yes, in the pre-development meeting checklist. The contention of the applicant is that those things are not applicable to their project because it is advanced under the Housing Accountability Act and Senate Bill 330, and they are not required, and the county cannot require them. And that's really...
If I can just add, again, there are two separate processes, right? So the first is under SB 330, it really is a notification process. There's a checklist pursuant to SB 330 that the applicant prepares and submits to a jurisdiction indicating that they are going to file a complete application and lays out a number of information that's required under that checklist, which most jurisdictions have just adopted the checklist that the state legislature or that the statute lays out. And that, again, provides notification to the jurisdiction that an application will be filed. I believe it's 180 days that they have to file a complete application or file an application, or else they have to do it, have to file that SB 330 application once again. So as Alex mentioned, that doesn't include that information about the zoning on that checklist. Where it is included is with our universal application.
Right.
And that is how they comply with that time period, that 180 days, is by filing a application with the county, a universal application. That does include the checklist for a zoning or a rezone.
So every project that has gone through this county in the last whatever number of years, and will go through in the future, in order to have an application declared complete by the county staff, has to have all of those checklists complete. And those checklists do, including the general checklist or whatever you're referring to, do include references to zoning and a general plan and county plan, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And if I could just add a little bit to that response. Under SB 330, there is this pre-application checklist, which is, it's kind of outside of the normal process. Our normal county process is the normal universal application process. But under SB 330, it does have this pre-application checklist, and that has 17 categories described by statute. If you meet every one of the 17 categories, your pre-application is complete, and then you move to the full application process that needs to happen within 180 days. That full application process defaults to the county process. There's no statute that says this is what needs to be in a full, complete application. That then directs you to the county process, and then the county process is what has that universal application with the requirements for rezoning, general plan amendment.
I want to follow up because of where we're at in this conversation. I'd like to do a follow-up with that. And so just because you complete the SB 330 components does not mean you have a complete application. Is that a correct statement? And I see that's perhaps where the difference is, right?
Yes.
And so thank you for getting us there.
I think it's also.
You can stay there if you want.
I'm sorry, just to add on, I think it's also important to note that in order for a project, or that a housing development project is able to be processed under SB 330 provisions without the submittal of an SB 330 pre-application. So it is a option for applicants to file that pre-application under SB 330, but not a requirement. We will still have to process projects that are consistent with SB 330 under those provisions, even without that pre-application.
And the benefit for doing that pre-application is that you lock in the county requirements as of that time. So once that pre-application is in and complete, then that project is only subject to the requirements that were in place as of that moment in time. Then you have 180 days to file your formal application. But if the county were to institute some other fees or obligations, you're not required to comply with them. You're only required at the moment that your pre-application or your pre-development application is in and complete. That's the timeline for purposes of compliance. So that's why there's a benefit to it, and that's why you see a pre-development application before the formal application.
Stuck. Question going back to when this project was approved in 1999, and I hear that people talk about their CC&Rs. Did the county implement that the CC&Rs were included to have this golf course? Obviously, it was sold because it's a separate entity. Does this rezoning violate the CC&Rs for the people who are there? Was it included in the original general plan that this golf course would be remained open space because this is what these people signed on their CC&Rs and paid for? And does it, with the new developer, new owner, does that violate their CC&Rs knowing what they purchased, and was that implemented?
I can't speak directly to whether there are provisions in the CC&Rs that speak to the ongoing, continuation of an 18-hole golf course. I think largely what is in question is whether or not this downstream project or some other project like it was contemplated, right? And obviously at the time it was not. The project was considered in its entirety as the community, right, of the original 579 dwelling units built in the various neighborhoods that are arranged around the 18-hole golf course that has the banquet center and pro shop and other amenities that go with that. Whether or not there are specifics in the CCNRs, again, that would speak to a requirement of that, certainly if there, it typically would not be something that the county would impose as a condition.
After development is processed and gone through, the county does look at those CCNRs as part of that approval. But
Right.
then after that, there is no county involvement in the CCNRs. It's really up to the homeowners association to then look at those CCNRs and perhaps modify them. And the homeowners association, I think there's some representatives here, they may be able to speak as to whether or not it complies with the CCNRs. But on the county side, we don't enforce the CCNRs. That's up to the homeowners association.
Right, no, I knew that, but I just was wondering, was it set in place in 1999 that the golf course would remain open space if there's language in the CCNRs that now this would violate that was set by the county? So just trying to I'm probably way deep in the weeds that I need to be at this point, but just trying to get ahead of the game on, I know it's not part of this topic today, but just trying to ask questions, I guess, for the people that are out there. So thank you for that.
More question? I guess I'm kind of puzzled a little bit, maybe, and this is mainly just informational, I'm sure, but in the checklist, you're mentioning that in the review of the checklist, you're saying, well, we need more of this information or whatever. But what's the substance that the checklist supports in terms of studies and research and that kind of stuff? Is it a
And if you
complete?
could clarify, which checklist are you referring to? Are you referring to the SB 330 pre-application checklist, or are we speaking about the county's pre-development meeting checklist?
Probably both.
Okay.
What's the substance for both of these that you're evaluating?
So going back to as Mr. Pahuli said, the SB 330 pre-application is an analog of a published application that is put out by the State Housing and Community Development Department, and it includes only those 17 topical areas that are mandated by the law. We do have in our Section 1 of our universal application for all planning entitlements, all of the entitlements listed, including the pre-application form. So that is a selection when submitting a universal application for an SB 330 vesting. Similarly, if somebody was to, as Mr. Pahuli suggested, just to advance an SB 330 project that did not seek that pre-application vesting, they could proceed directly into the process by submitting a pre-development meeting. And that, again, is covered in our checklist of application selections in the universal application. And then out of that meeting process, the applicant is really given what I would call a shopping list of all the studies and technical information and all of the entitlement application requirements to proceed with their real project application, the entitlement. Does that answer your question?
I think so. It's a shopping list. It's not, they haven't done the research yet.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. This is a discovery process, if you will, for them to find out the length of time through processing, the entitlement requirements, all of the necessary studies and technical information to use as a pro forma tool to evaluate the feasibility of their project and what would be necessary to carry that forward.
Okay, thank you. Anything more? Okay, I'll give some time to the appellant here.
All and everybody. The first thing I'd like to address is this idea of this preliminary application meeting that staff has that's separate from the SB 330 preliminary application process. That's correct. As you'll see, it was on one of my slides earlier, the Permit Streamlining Act clearly defines what checklists a local agency can require an applicant to comply with to complete a development application. And one of the requirements is that that checklist needs to be the same for every applicant. The goal here is universality and streamlining. And also that that checklist is published online. So it has always been our position that under state law, we are not required to supply everything on those project-specific checklists that they prepare in that separate process for a project application to be deemed complete under the Permit Streamlining Act. We cooperated with you all and provided that information, but the checklists that you provide after that meeting vary per individual project. Isn't that correct?
The checklists that are provided at each of the meetings are specific to the entitlements sought, including entitlements that the county would deem could be required in order to achieve the project aspirations. Because I will say, we do not expect our applicants to be as expert in our county code and other state application of state laws. We are, so there are instances where we are actively guiding applicants through the process. I would say that's actually the most common scenario.
And that's convenient if you dislike a project and would like to require a zoning amendment that isn't necessary or required for all conditional use permit applicants that are submitting a conditional use permit application. So my only point is, and I don't want to be confrontational at all, this is not personal. My only point is, everybody in California that is looking to develop property is entitled to a clear idea of the requirements for them to submit a complete application. That needs to be the same for every development applicant that is applying for that type of entitlement. That needs to be provided online and needs to be clear to the applicant. As a second point, I mean, there's just no way that you require conditional use permit applicants to get general plan amendments or rezoning. So this is not a uniform process that they're referencing, and it's not part of the Permit Streamlining Act. Now, we've complied and provided all the information required in that meeting, which was above and beyond what's published online. But of course, our constant position is we do not need to seek a general plan amendment or rezoning, and we feel very confident in that. I guess the second thing I'll say.
Can I just interrupt there and ask a quick question? When you just made that statement, were you referring to the 330 application checklist?
No, this is a separate checklist that they're referencing that are part of their preliminary, or they call it a pre-app, which it's confusing because they sound very similar, but they're different. One is sort of a precursor to submitting a full development application.
But if you meet the needs of the 330, in your view, isn't the penalty pretty dang hard if 180 days you're still trying to wrangle this, and all of a sudden you just get to go do what you want to do?
That's a really good point, actually. So when you submit a preliminary application under state law, you have 180 days to compile the application materials to make that a full application. Even with the most basic, publicly available public application forms that we find in cities, it can be a stretch when you know exactly what a county is requesting, and it's a pretty simple form to meet that 180-day deadline. State law does not contemplate this interim process where once you submit that preliminary application, then you have to go schedule a meeting, first of all, that can take months, and then meet with staff who will tell you there are additional things in addition to those that are published online that we're going to need from you. And it opens a doorway for if a city or county, doesn't have to be specific to this project, doesn't like a project, they can easily throw a roadblock into the process. And that's why the Permit Streamlining Act clearly requires the applications to be the same and published online so that an applicant knows the rules of the game and they don't have to rely on staff that may not like the project to tell them the rules of the game. I guess the next, if I can, I don't know if you have any other questions on that.
Yeah, you're talking about the, sorry. Now we're hearing about an application, a 330 application, and a general application. And the general application is 180 days, is that correct?
Correct, exactly.
And the 330 application is what? Is that 180
So
days too?
a 330 application, you file that. It's just basically, as staff mentioned, that is a notification that you're filing this development project. It's very simple. It requires some elevations and some site plans. It's all spelled out under state law. So under state law, you submit that preliminary application, and then within 180 days of that, you're required to submit whatever they consider and publish on their website, and that is the same application for everybody applying for that same application. You're required to submit that within 180 days.
Okay.
The Permit Streamlining Act really doesn't contemplate these individual permit review processes, but the Permit Streamlining Act very clearly does require the lists, the checklists that are required of any applicant for a project application. There's the word there, any, that's every, to submit. And it's just to provide clarity, because otherwise, you can be caught in this. One project, if they don't like the owner, could be treated completely different than the other owner, and they can add application requirements. And that's really the purpose of the Permit Streamlining Act.
When does the 30-day requirement?
The 30-day response deadline comes in when the full development application is submitted, and that invokes a 30-day deadline for the county to respond with all the items it believes are inconsistent. But again, state law says a notice of inconsistency needs to be limited to the lists that were prepared pursuant to the Streamlining Act. And the Permit Streamlining Act says those need to be the lists, and they're the same for any development applicant for that project.
So when is an application determined to be complete? After 180 days or after 30 days?
It's not automatically deemed complete at any time. It does require a determination by the county to determine the full development application is complete. If the county were to say, first of all, if the county were to fail to say anything is incomplete, state law says the application is automatically deemed complete. So it's got some forceful tools to require sort of a speedy process by the county and the applicant. Otherwise,
so after you submit the 330 checklist, then the county has 30 days to say if it's complete or not?
Sorry, and that's where, we're crossing the SB 330 application and the full development application. The SB 330 application actually doesn't require any response from the county. That is literally just a notice, hey, this housing development project is coming. We're vesting our rights. You can't change your zoning to prevent this project now. And then the deadline is on the applicant then to file their full development application within 180 days. And then upon filing that full development application, that's when these 30-day deadlines come in, and they tie back to the full development application.
Mr. Chair?
Okay.
Go ahead, please.
Yeah, but I think we may disagree with the appellant on one of those points, and that is there is a requirement in state law that the application itself, once it's submitted, there is then review by the county and then a determination of whether it's complete or incomplete, and then 30 days to fix that. And the reason that process is set up in state law is because there may be a lot of pieces to the application. So you have this initial application, which is our universal application on the website, and you check what you need: general plan amendment, community plan amendment, rezone, those kinds of things, right? And that then informs the discussion of, okay, if you're doing a rezone, you're going to need X, Y, Z. So that's the start of it, is that universal application, and that's what is being described here. So I disagree with the fact that the county's process is not available online and is something that's not straightforward, because that's exactly what it's meant to be. Is you fill out this universal application, then from there we start the discussion is about what you may need. And that's part of that discussion back and forth. The state law clearly sets forth that you would have this back and forth, determine it's complete. If you need more information, ask the applicant for it. They would provide it until you get to a point of a complete application.
And is that the 30 days?
It is, or you get to a point where we're here today where we've had these 30-day back and forth, and we've determined that the application is incomplete, and they've appealed the decision that it's incomplete.
And that's I guess I'm still confused on the difference between the universal and the 330 application. So the 330 application, you were talking about the general, they submit that first?
For the SB 330 pre-development application, I don't think there is anything at issue over that today. The applicant went through that process. They filled out the 17 pieces of information. Now we have moved to the formal full application process, and that's the one that staff is saying is incomplete.
Okay.
Yeah, if I may respond, state law requires the list or lists that are required of any applicant to apply for a development application to be for any applicant for that application. So any applicant, they need to be the same, to be published and available online. And that's what state law requires. And that's, I think, the difference that we're having. And that isn't what happens with in the preliminary application meeting. Those lists are catered towards each individual different project. And that's where we have the difference.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Going off tangent from what we've been talking about just a little bit. So I'll start off with a comment. I'm a strong property rights individual. I mean, that's just where I've been. I grew up in an acre in the San Fernando Valley, and we all did what we had to do to live down there. And I think the spirit, because I was around the legislature, I still work there, and not inside the building, but outside the building. And watching 330 go through and the previous legislation, it's all about, accelerating and building houses. That's what it's really about. This process here, I'm inclined to be supportive of the staff so we can get this elevated up and decided at a higher level of elected officials, or even you take it to court, whatever you're going to do. Because I think this is kind of a perverse application of trying to design a process to build more homes. Yeah, you'll have more homes, but when I see that map, it looks kind of funny, and I'm just concerned about that. So I'm not sure that the people of Placer are being dealt with in a way that I think that the writers of the original bill really intended. I think they really intended to drive the use of their properties and conduct just to do it in a very conducive basis, and not just ripping apart a community and putting in another set of homes to meet the needs. That's just my view right now. I'm still trying to understand and I'm listening very deeply to you. You're very compelling. So I just wanted to go out before you finish and let you know where I'm kind of landing. I'm not there yet, but I'm kind of landing there.
I have one comment, kind of
Sure.
disturbed me a little bit. You made a comment towards our staff. Do you think they just came up with stuff after this list was made that because they don't like you? Our staff is not like that. And I'm kind of appalled that you would reach out to our staff and say, oh, because of this, they don't like us, and they added stuff to it. I don't think they do that.
No, and I wasn't saying that specifically about them at all. I was saying in
Well, you
general.
looked right at them, and I was a little disturbed by that.
I really didn't want to convey that at all. I really like Alex. I like Clayton. This is nothing personal. We've talked about that in the past. This is just a disagreement over the law, and there's nothing absolutely personal, and I hope I didn't convey that
Well,
at
you
all.
assumed that they threw something in here on that's not on that list. It's like, what I heard was they added something to this. I don't think they added anything to this.
The point I was making with that statement is the reason why the lists have to be the same and made public is so that a city, so for example, San Francisco, can't see a project come in that they really dislike with the filing of an SB 330 preliminary
Yeah,
application.
but this is not San Francisco.
I know, and that's why I'm trying to make very clear, that's why state law says what it says. It's to prevent that. I'm not saying that is what they did here. Alex is a great guy. And I know they're very professional and good. All I'm saying is that's the reason why the law wants things to be uniform and the same for each applicant. And I apologize if I gave any other impression.
Thank you.
If I could just ask a question, just in a matter of practice, it seems like the county is largely compliant with where you are on this, but that some of these, I suppose, subordinate checklists you raise an issue with because and Alex admits this or states this, that they are different depending on the applicant's situation and circumstance, right? But it, you know, I guess it's, what would happen if we didn't do that, it seems to me, is that you would have counties aggregate their checklists to the ridiculous. So they would take checklist steps and make them so broad and publish them online and then work the details out verbally afterwards. So it just seems to me that what you're describing, one of my colleagues kind of implied this as well, I think. You're getting to the point where I think you're reading things into the law. It seems as if you're reading things into the law that really aren't pragmatic. They're not practical. You're going to have to develop a different approach because Morgan Creek is going to be decidedly different than Project 8 that is decidedly different than a development in Granite Bay. These are, or something in the Tahoe Basin. So I mean, we got to work these things out. I don't know.
Mr. Chair, may I just clarify one point to make sure we're all on track here? In terms of the pre-development meeting, the county's process, the checklists from all the departments are standardized and they are pretty exhaustive. I would say they're very exhaustive. It's the selections of the specific requirements for the application that are unique. I just want to make that clarification for everybody.
And so, we have the 330 checklist and the universal checklist. And I think what I heard you say is the requirement to change or address the zoning, the legislative side of it, was not on the checklist, wasn't checked, and it's not agreed to. Is that correct?
The SB 330 pre-application, so I want to, glad you brought this up. This is a standardized form that is in terms of its contents is dictated by the legislature. I coordinated directly with the State Housing and Community Development Agency on what needed to be in our form, and I effectively took their form and put our logo and things like that on it. And one of the things Mr. Brooks raised was this issue of that SB 330 didn't contemplate these other processes. And that was a concern of mine in terms of the pre-development meeting process that we have that gets into the more specific details that we're kind of wrestling through right now, right? The differences between those things. And I specifically asked the senior policy analyst that I was dealing with, is there anything in the law that preempts a local agency from still having this process? And the answer was no. The SB 330 is supplemental, it is an option, and it does not preclude or preempt your county or another agency from still having this, what we have, our pre-development meeting process or a pre-development meeting application process for major project entitlements. Does that
okay.
Make sense?
Okay, so if you have anything more, go ahead.
No, and I agree, and we went through that meeting process. I think what we disagree on is whether county staff can require a general plan amendment or rezone to deem our application for a vesting tentative map or community or conditional use permit modification complete. And my position is, my feeling, and my colleague's position, and we deal with these issues more than you would think. It's I don't know. It's surprising how often these kind of issues come up, but our position is, and we feel pretty confident that in order for the county to use an item as an issue that will as an item that will hold us up from being deemed complete, that needs to be on a checklist that's the same for all applicants for a certain type of application. Now, environmental review and CEQA, that's where you really get into the nitty-gritty and the study of each individual site, bio impacts, aesthetic impacts, and that's still going to happen here. You're still going to have that full, very site-specific environmental review process done with any mitigation standards that are deemed necessary to avoid significant impacts. And that's really where you get into that very specific site review.
Okay. Okay, well, thank you.
Thank you all. And I really hope I didn't convey at all that I have any animosity towards these guys, because they're great, and I'm really sorry if I came off like that.
Okay, so, well, at any rate, commissioners, at this time, I think it's time for us to deliberate and make a decision.
I have no further questions or answers.
No, and I think I had my opportunity to give up my statement, so I feel pretty comfortable right now. Because I'm still trying to figure this out.
Yeah, I think this is, I guess I didn't hear anything that would cause me to believe that we have to overturn the county's view on this at this point. Great arguments on both sides of this equation, but it's, I think there's a pretty high bar here, and I just don't think it was crossed. I do have one final comment, though, for the county staff. It's a tad rich for you to come here and ask me to support your perspective on this particular issue when about 3 months ago we had a project go through where I think the county staff walked by a requirement to alter the general plan in order to ensure that project was compliant. I fully agree that we have to disagree on that particular project. But I've got to tell you, the county should not walk by a problem. And so we need to address these, and I don't care if that general plan is up for review or not. If it needs to be amended, it needs to be amended in order to ensure that all future projects are compliant with it.
Just a couple comments from me. I'm a fan of engaging the community. And when I sense that perhaps someone's trying to avoid that, I really appreciate when developers go to the community and engage them and get their perspectives. And I don't feel like that has happened adequately here. And there's almost no attempt to do that. And that's frustrating to get a sense of. And so I just wanted to share that. Also, I'm a reasonable person. And it's reasonable to think that our staff would need to know everything necessary for a project to determine timelines and expectations for a complete application. And we do not feel that way as a staff. That's what I'm sensing. And so there's only one, solution and to maintain and uphold the decision that was made.
Mr.
Okay.
Chair, I have one last quick question.
Okay.
I hadn't really thought about the fact that using this 330 process is discretionary. You don't have to. You can go through your normal checklist, right? Is that correct?
Yeah, that is correct. As I mentioned earlier, an applicant does not need to file a pre-application under SB 330 to enjoy the provisions of SB 330.
So if they go down that path, is there a way to walk back out of that path and move on to a different standard approach? Or is the die cast once they've done the preliminary?
You mean once a pre-application has been submitted, if they determine that the project or that the
For their own sake, whatever the reason, they decide, let's go back, take a step back and withdraw that, is that something that's available?
it would be unnecessary, in my opinion, because they have filed an application, and so once the application has been filed and deemed complete, then whatever standards are in place, whatever fees are in place, they're locked in at that point under SB 330.
Thank you.
Okay, well, I think I was thinking through what you were just asking about, and basically, as far as the proposal that the appellant is talking about, in 330, it's pretty clear that what's going to have to happen is resolve the legislative issues around zoning And, I guess if they wanted to go forward without the 330, they'd still have to address the zoning, but it wouldn't involve 330. Is that correct?
I think as was mentioned earlier in the day, or maybe during Q&A, I think there is a potential for a revised project that could be subject to 330 provisions to advance. It would require changes. Alternatively, they could proceed with a community plan amendment process to advance a request that is outside of the 330 provisions. So there's options available to the applicant team.
Okay. Okay, with that, then, do we have a motion?
I guess unless somebody else is going to make a motion, I'll defer.
I guess I'm the motion guy today.
Yeah, it took me too long to push the button, sorry.
Okay, that's fine. Although this is a staff recommendation, so is there really a motion to be made here?
Yes, so the motion, depending on where your commission's direction would be part that's listed.
Deny the appeal.
Right, is that it?
Other than the entry point portion about staff recommends. So your motion would be to uphold staff's analysis if you're
Okay,
inclined
I got
to
it.
go with staff's request. I would also note there are findings listed in the PowerPoint presentation and in the staff report. I don't know that those are necessary to be relisted unless you want to do so. It's sufficient just to say in accordance with the findings contained in the staff report.
Okay. If you're comfortable with it, and I'm comfortable with it. So for the commission, sorry? Right, I think I'm going to go with this, though.
Okay.
And down to that. So I move that the Planning Commission uphold the staff's analysis and determination that the project is not a housing development project in compliance with provisions of the HAA and SB 330, that the application is incomplete because it does not include required entitlement selections for a community plan amendment and rezone, and that we therefore deny the appeal of the Environmental Review Committee determination in accordance with the findings in the staff report.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
I have a first from Commissioner Woodward, second from Commissioner DiMattei. Commissioner Johnson,
Yes.
Commissioner DiMattei,
Yes.
Commissioner Herzog,
Yes.
Commissioner Watts,
Yes.
Commissioner Woodward.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, this is a decision of the Planning Commission, and so it is appealable to the Board of Supervisors, and it will be $688. And you'll need to, if the the appellant wants to appeal it, do it in 10 days here at the CEDRA.
Need some revisions. That doesn't make any sense.
One at the CTA